Good evening, everyone. I now call to order our general public hearing of November 7th. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rob Rennie.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Mariko Sayak.
Here. At this time, I'd like to invite my friend Sejal Panchali to come forward. And as she comes forward, please take a look at her shoes. Do you want to come around? Do you want to come around? So I'm going to introduce you, okay? So Sejal is just started a soccer team, and it's called the Purple Lava. And she wanted me to know that they are undefeated right now. So good job. But she's very multifaceted. In addition to soccer, she does swimming, tennis, she likes to read, she does art, Legos, knitting, and this year she will be participating in the Silicon Valley Turkey Trot. So hopefully our other council members will be inspired to join her as we run. So please welcome Sejal and join us as we do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you again for joining us. Okay, so commissioners, council members, at this time we will be doing our board commission committee appointments, and I will turn the floor over to our clerk to give us last minute instructions and also to explain to those in the public what will be happening next.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. At a special council meeting held earlier tonight, council interviewed applicants for the Arts and Culture Commission, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, Building Board of Appeals, Community and Senior Services Commission, General Plan Committee, Library Board, Parks Commission, Personnel Board, Planning Commission, and Transportation and Parking Commission. Council will be interviewed 6 applicants, and council may appoint up to 4 to the Arts and Culture Commission. 6 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 4 positions to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. 1 applicant was interviewed, and council may appoint up to 1 to the Building Board of Appeals. 1 applicant was interviewed, and council may appoint up to 1 to the Community and Senior Services Commission. 2 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 1 to the General Plan Committee. 1 applicant was interviewed, and council may appoint up to 1 to the Library Board. 1 applicant was interviewed, and council may appoint up to 1 to the Parks Commission. 2 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 2 to the Personnel Board. 4 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 4 to the Transportation and Parking Commission. 2 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 2 to the Planning Commission. The ballot has been distributed, and the names have been blacked out that did not appear for the interviews, so they are not eligible to be voted on. After council has completed voting, the ballots will be collected and a short recess will be called by the mayor so we can tally the votes. Once we have tallied the votes, the mayor will reconvene the meeting and will announce the applicants who have received a majority vote for each board, commission, and committee and the votes received. If there are tie votes, a ballot will be distributed with all names blacked out except for those applicants who are in the runoff. After council has completed voting, the ballots will be collected and will tally the votes. Once we've completed tallying the votes, we'll announce the applicants who have received a majority vote and the votes received. Upon completion of the appointment process, council may direct the clerk administrator to re-advertise for any open positions. And I'm open to any questions.
Council members, any questions? Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. Okay, so Madam Clerk, do you think 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Okay, so we're just going to take a 5-minute break to give them time to tally, and then we'll be announcing the vote soon after. Thank you, everyone, for being patient with us as we worked through as we tallied the votes. I've turned it to Madam Clerk. If you could read the results.
Okay. So for the Arts and Culture Commission, Maureen Capon-Javi, Michael Miller, and Ellis Weaker are appointed. So Maureen Capon-Javi received 4 votes from Leonardis, Spector, Rennie, and Syak. Michael Miller received 5 votes, all 5 council members, and Ellis Weaker received 5 votes, all 5 council members. There will be a runoff between Pratibha Kelapure and Kristen Kovac. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, Sheldon Gilbert received 4 votes. From Jensen, Leonardis, Syak, and Spector. Marianne Gustafson Sawyer received 5 votes from all 5 council members. There will be a runoff between Bill Ehlers, Corey Fuller, and Mary Hoover. For the Building Board of Appeals, Robert Philbrook received 5 votes, and he will be appointed. For Community and Senior Services, Jennifer Alexander received 5 votes, and she will be appointed. For the General Plan Committee, Lee Quintana received 4 votes. From Jensen, Leonardis, Syak, and Spector, and she will be appointed. For the Library Board, Susan Buxton received 5 votes, and she will be appointed. For the Parks Commission, James Godsey received 5 votes, and he will be appointed. For the Personnel Board, Jennifer Lewis and Larry Maggio each received 5 votes, and they will both be reappointed. For the Planning Commission, Mary Badami and Kendra Birch each received 5 votes, and they will be reappointed. For the Transportation and Parking Commission, Robert Buxton received 5 votes. He will be appointed. Peter Hertan received 5 votes, and he will be appointed. And Maria Risto received 5 votes, and she will be reappointed. That leaves 1 opening on the Transportation and Parking Commission that did not receive a majority vote.
And then, Madam Clerk, in terms of the runoff, will we be doing that now?
Yes.
Okay.
So the deputy clerk's going to distribute your ballots. So the ballots have been blacked out, so only the names that are eligible to be voted on are showing. One, two, three. So for the Arts and Culture Commission, you'll have 1 vote. And for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Commission, you'll have 2 votes. I'm sorry.
Gustafson Sawyer isn't blacked out. No.
Oh, did I miss her on yours? I'm sorry. Can you go black out Gustafson Sawyer on hers?
Actually, Madam Clerk, if just for clarification on the record, so we're voting Arts and Culture Commission and Bicycle and Pedestrian, and if you can just clarify again, how many votes and which are the names that we're looking at?
On Arts and Culture, it's 1 vote, and it's between Pratibha Kelapure and Kristen Kovac. On the Bicycle and Pedestrian, it's 2 votes, and it's between Bill Ehlers, Corey Fuller, and Mary Hoover.
Okay, so while our clerk administrator tallies the vote, a couple of announcements, and we'll do our presentation. One, if you are here for item number 17, which is the conditional use permit for the toll house, that will actually be continued to to a December meeting. Do we have an exact date? December 5. That has to be noticed via mailing to residents within 300 feet, and so that has to be taken place before we have the hearing. So again, if you're here for Toll House, that's December 5.
Do we have to make a motion?
Do we need to? And if I can ask our council members, someone to make a motion to move that? Councilmember Johnson?
Make a motion to continue 17 Toll House evaluation on its CUP to December 5 in order to properly notice the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then if you happen to be here for North 40, I think that was erroneously mentioned that that would be heard tonight. That is actually next Tuesday, the 14th. So if you're here for that item, that will be next Tuesday. Okay. But if you're here for our financial award, that's the correct night. And if I can ask Director Conway to join me. So Director Conway gets the honor of receiving this award on a yearly basis since 2012. So it comes as no surprise. But this is a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, and it was presented to us after 5 years. So Director Conway and your team, thank you so much for the great work that you're doing on our behalf that allows us to get this reward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Soyak. This is actually our 16th year, 16th consecutive year that I'm aware of. Every year, I'm proud to say that we've been in the black. Our general fund has, through all the ups and downs of the economy, we've finished, and this annual report is a team effort. It's not just the finance department. We use information from all the town departments, and everybody pitches in. It's a great team effort. We have an independent audit that's performed every year, and then the real work begins after the audit numbers are all done. We assemble all the numbers for the annual report, and that's why this award is meaningful to us, because we do a lot of extra work to get the award.
Do you want to recognize who's with you?
Yes, I have Gita Ungvari, our budget, finance and budget manager. Gita works very closely with me. I don't think that's it from finance, and of course the town manager's office, we work very closely. We have all the departments, the police, the public works, we have community development, all the folks, they all contribute to our effort. So it's just a team effort, as I said. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And we're missing some buttons then. And we'll make sure we get that next time.
That's true. They switched. We used to get an individual trophy every year. Now we're saving money.
So,
You're welcome.
you ready?
Okay, so for the Arts and Culture Commission, Kristen Kovac received 3 votes. from Spector, Rennie, and Leonardis, so she will be appointed. Then for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Commission, we have a three-way tie. So, Rob, can you chime in how we're going to handle that?
We're gonna re-vote on that one, so we'll just resend out the votes again for one last tally to make certain that everybody votes for two on that item.
Okay.
So making certain that you vote for two, in case you didn't vote for two on that last ballot, this time around you'll vote for two of them. And hopefully the tie will then no longer occur.
Okay, so while we're waiting for this, why don't we do commission matters? Council member, I'm sorry, I keep saying commission. Council member matters. Council member Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Since our last meeting, I attended a West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority board meeting, and we discussed what to do with $22,000 in fines, or what to do about $22,000 in fines that were incurred by the trash service in your community for missed pickups, as well as we had the evaluation in closed session of the district manager and the district attorney.
Councilmember Jensen.
I have nothing to report.
Okay. So since our last public hearing, actually, we were at a policy committee meeting. And let's see, since our council meeting, we had the official launch of our RIDE program, which is Reach Your Destination Early or Easy, either way. And that is a new pilot project that the 5 cities have undertaken with West Valley Community Service to make sure that if anyone 55 and over has easy access to get from destination to destination. We had an officer with our Los Gatos Police Department sworn in. Officer Tyler is our new officer, and I encourage everyone, if you see him, to say hello. And we've also had our regular meetings with the Chamber of Commerce and West Valley mayors and managers. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last regularly scheduled meeting, I am the alternate for Savita, who was out of town for the VTA board. So in her place, I attended the Congestion Management Subcommittee, and I attended the last board meeting for her. Nothing of concern to report there. Also, on LAFCO, where I am a commissioner on the LAFCO Commission, I attended a 3-day conference in San Diego for the Cal LAFCO. And also I participated in a Rebuilding Together with the Afternoon Rotary, the Rotary of Los Gatos, where we spent a Saturday helping a 95-year-old lady that lives on Blossom Hill Road. I personally did plumbing and tree trimming and rebuilt a retaining wall. And the reason I mention this is other people that are needy can sign up with Rebuilding Together, and volunteers will come out and help redo their house. This house, we repainted the whole outside of it. We re-landscaped the whole outside of it also, in addition to the plumbing stuff I did inside. For the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority, where I'm the chair, we are, I don't know if the manager's going to mention it, but we're still recruiting. I think we have 10 days left recruiting for this a citizens advisory group that we're putting together to advise us on programs. She can elaborate more if that's on her list. Also, we're doing a new CEO recruitment. We have finished the interviews. I'm leading the subcommittee on that. And we have chosen a candidate that we are offering a position to. We'll be negotiating contract with them and bringing our recommendation to the board at our November 29th meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since our last regularly scheduled meeting here, I represented the town at the Santa Clara Valley Water Commission. From the the district, we received reports on everything they'd done basically in the past quarter. But most significantly, I think, to this town, because I've been contacted by a lot of people, the district did make a conditional approval vote of the Delta water tunnels. However, in probably the next 2 meetings in November and December, and so if you're interested, you need to follow that on their website. They may be making decisions on the funding and on the environmental issues.
Thank you, Councilmember Spector. Town Manager report.
Thank you. Just a quick announcement for a couple of upcoming community meetings. We're launching the Bachman Park community planning effort for improvements to that park. So on November 16th in these chambers at 7 p.m., we're holding a community meeting, and everyone's welcome to get involved. And then College Avenue, we're working with those residents on traffic calming, and there's a meeting coming up in December with that neighborhood. For the residents who are interested in these efforts and others, we really encourage people to sign up through Notify Me, so that way we can push information out to those interested residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, council members, we have a ballot in front of us. And so just to clarify, we're looking at Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. There are 3 names remaining, and you need to vote for 2. And while we're tabulating that, I'm going to move to our consent agenda. We do have 14 items on our consent agenda. These are items that will be unilaterally approved without discussion unless something is pulled from the consent agenda. I do not have any cards indicating something to be pulled. And I'm actually going to look at our deputy clerk. Anything to be pulled? And so, council, I look for a motion. Councilmember Jensen.
Move approval of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 14.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
It passes unanimously, 5-0. Okay. Okay, and we're now at the agenda for verbal communications, and this is an item where, this is an area where you may speak on anything that is not on our agenda. So I am going to look at our deputy clerk again to see if there's any consent, any verbal. I'm making you multitask, thank you. Okay, and so I have 2 cards. First is Angelia Dorner. Should this be on PC there? The power button. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, I know.
to. I'm sorry. Hello, Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. I'm just going to refer to a couple of testimony that I did at a couple meetings ago. I wanted to clarify for the record that I didn't get to finish one particular thing, and so someone on the council actually said that, referred to me and said that this was the reference that I was going to be making by Vice Chair Kane, which says that it's the particular project was the biggest house on the block. However, what I was really going to address was going to relate to the fact that he used a tissue box to jot it down. But for 10 minutes, he was at this particular project and counted 63 northbound cars, only eight of which were actually doing the speed limit based on the flashing sign, 36 of which went 25 or above before it started flashing, and 19 started immediately flashing, meaning that they were going significantly above the speed limit. I have done this at this particular project, which is on Winchester and Shelbourne, 2 other times, and came up with similar things. And there are 2 other places, which I think you guys are familiar with, in town, that we still have a serious, serious speeding problem. And that's really why I'm bringing it up. That's the first reason. I'm not quite sure what we do, but I think that our congestion issues in town have just really clouded people's judgment about driving safety. And if they see any kind of road in front of them, they just gun it, knowing that they may have to slam on their brakes, 50 feet down the road. But it's really a bad situation in town. I don't know of anyone who has not complained about speeding. So I really just wonder if enforcement could be heighten the awareness of everybody. The second reason that I bring this up is because during your deliberations on that particular project, I became troubled about certain statements made that I perceived to be condescending and somewhat belittling to residents. I refer to Mr. Kane as my expert witness somewhat as a joke, but in actuality, I do see him and other PC members as experts due to their level of exposure in a multitude of situations. Their experience, in my opinion, makes them experts in many things, including traffic. Similarly, I consider many residents to be experts in specific situations, such as a 30-year resident living in the same location who deals with ingress and egress issues all the time, or a father who has been studying the risks inherent in the safest route to school that his 4-year-old child will have to take the following year. So I hope that you will listen to their testimony and give it the same weight that you would in a trial by jury, which is consider it as to reasonable doubt. This is supported by the fact that resident and public input should be referred to. These are all authoritative guidelines as to being included, as well as with CEQA. Thank you.
Ms. Dorner. And sorry for the technical difficulties. It seems like we're having technical difficulties tonight. So.
Sorry for the delay.
Okay, Patty Rice.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Patty Rice, and I own and operate the Spa Los Gatos. But tonight I am here as my position as president for the Los Gatos Chamber. And I want to share with you some of the frustration that we are experiencing with the town's strict cost recovery policy. This is just our most recent examples. Recently, local merchants came to us saying that they would love to see the town really decorated for the holiday season, and they believed that that festive environment would bring in more shoppers. Our office manager, Melinda, took the idea to the policy committee meeting where it was actually very well received, and we were encouraged to explore the idea. So then we spent time researching vendors, costs, and sponsors, and putting together a comprehensive decor program which we presented to town staff. It was also well received by them. The chamber was prepared to invest $6,500 in holiday decor with beautiful wreaths and bows to be hung on light posts throughout the town. However, staff got back to us saying that the town policy required town personnel to hang the decor, and there would be full cost recovery on that. The bill for the installation started at over $9,000, and that didn't include all of the costs or the removal. We asked if we could hang the wreaths ourselves, but apparently that is not an option. Obviously, we will not be decorating for the holidays. Another unfortunate scenario is another merchant's request, and comes from multiple merchants, to keep North Santa Cruz Avenue closed a couple hours after the holiday parade on December 2nd. Many shop owners report extremely low sales that day, but merchants feel that if the street were left open to pedestrians for just a couple hours, people could roam around, which they love to do, as we saw at the Eat, Drink, Los Gatos event, and be more inclined to visit shops and restaurants. Unfortunately, this is not an option due to the cost of keeping the barricades in place and the staff required for those additional hours. We are trying really hard to create synergy with the merchants and local events, think outside the box, and bring more visitors to town. But it is more difficult than ever when we are faced with answers such as these. The Chamber is your visitors' information center, and we work very hard to bring these people to town. We ask that you review your cost recovery policies and what we believe are the unintended consequences it is having with our business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. We can talk about it then. I have no further cards for verbal communications, and just double checking with, okay. And so I'm closing verbal communications and see if we are ready to announce the winner of, okay. Do we have a card for Mr. Holt for verbal? Go ahead and introduce yourself and we'll fill one out for you.
Hello, my name is Alex Holtz. I am the owner of Holtz Restaurant, soon to be Flights Restaurant on the corner here. And I'm also a dad in Los Gatos, and I used to be the president of the Chamber of Commerce. And I was thinking maybe she very conveniently lost my card because what I will have to say is probably not very fun to hear. I feel like there's a big conflict going on right now between what is being said here, what is being disclosed to us, and where the town wants to go, and then what actually we experience when we try to work with the town. So I don't know where that disconnect is, but I'm very frustrated, and I know a lot of other people are very frustrated, and I think that we need to do something before things really start to go bad. It's not busy on the streets. There's no people that want to come here anymore, like there are other places. We need to fix that. And we're talking very positively. I feel like we have a good relationship with a lot of you guys, with the Chamber and other business owners, the restaurant group that we put together. We want change. We want things to happen, and we feel a good response from you guys. So I just want to know, honestly, if it's just politics and we're just keeping up faces, or if there's like, just a slow process. But what we experience here and with you guys is not the same as when you come to the town to try and get things done and try to do projects and try to bring events and make things happen. It's not right. We need to change it. That's it.
Madam Mayor, I know this isn't on the agenda for further discussion, but I do want to acknowledge that staff did meet with the Chamber, and the Chamber identified a qualified consultant to hang the decorations, and we said we were open to having that group do it, and then we didn't hear back from the Chamber. So we're still open if the Chamber still wants to work with us on decorations.
Okay, so how about, this is my last card for verbal communications. And since this is not agendized, what I'd prefer to do is that perhaps we can set up a meeting to discuss holiday decorations is one thing, and I understand your frustration, Mr. Holt, but it's always helpful when you have specifics. And so Ms. Rice was able to provide a specific example of something we can work through, and so I'd love to have those specifics as well. And so I'll ask Ms. Pravetti to set up a meeting, and we'll be able to actually figure out the logistics of where things are falling through the cracks. Okay?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so that concludes verbal communications, and I now look to our clerk to see with our last remaining spot for bicycle and pedestrian.
So there are 2 spots remaining. So Bill Ellers will be appointed with 4 votes from Specter, Syak, Jensen, and Leonardis, and we have a tie with the remaining 2. So we'll have another runoff. with one vote each. So the deputy will distribute that ballot. So you'll have one vote this time. Okay, so we have a winner. So Corey Fuller will be appointed for the last spot with 3 votes from Rennie, Jensen, and Syok.
Okay, so that concludes our appointments to our boards, commissions, and committees. Thank you all for your patience as we work through those logistics. I move that for those remaining spots that have not been filled, that we ask our clerk administrator to advertise those in March. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And for those that have been selected, thank you very much for volunteering for your time, and we look forward to many more volunteers participating in the future. Okay, we now move to our public hearings. We are at item number 15, which is first reading and introduction of an ordinance of the Town of Los Gatos amending Los Gatos Town Code, Chapter 14, Article 10, Special Events. Welcome, Ms. Wren.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager. Before you tonight are the proposed amendments to Chapter 14 as they relate to special events. First, I want to thank you for this opportunity to kind of bring this forward and have this discussion. I'd also like to take the opportunity to introduce you to Christina Hill. This is her first meeting here with us. She was selected as our events and marketing specialist back in June, so she's been helping us with a lot of this work. And is here to support us tonight. With the proposed changes before you, staff is hoping to achieve a more simpler and clearer code language that's supported with a very comprehensive permit package. If this is achieved, we're hoping to be able to be more dynamic as we work with each event and really tailor how we work with each event and how things move forward for them as they move through the event process. So beginning this summer, we kind of started to pull our team together. We used cross-departmental input and kind of started to look at what do we have in place and what can we do to better the process and to make things a little bit easier. So we looked through our special event permit process. We did a review of our town code language. We benchmarked with other jurisdictions. And then we definitely had a learning experience as we closed North Santa Cruz for the first time this summer, 3 different times, and also permitted a couple other new events, and really were able to debrief with those coordinators and understand how we can better collaborate with the applicants and with each other in the departments. So after all of this evaluation, we came to really find our goals here, and our goals with the amendments are that we find simple and clear rules that we have a streamlined process, and that we can come up with a positive customer experience with each and every application that we process. So we kind of took two avenues to do these amendments. First would be looking at the town code, the actual rules that govern how we can allow special events to take place in town. And then second to that would be how we process applications. So starting with the town code amendments before you tonight, the most notable changes will take place in the purpose and intent that are proposed, the definitions, the approval process, and then just general clarification and simplification of the language. Of course, it's up to the council through your discussion to decide if any or all of these changes are appropriate. On more of a staff level, we're taking a really intensive look at how our permits are processed. And a lot of this will come out of the discussion tonight, but to meet those three goals that I identified in the beginning, we're really looking to have a single point of contact and some more comprehensive event guidelines that really front load the information for people so that everything is there before they even apply and they can understand, is this something I want to do? Is this a process that my group is ready to take on? Or is this something that we need a little more time to plan? We also intend to have a process flow chart that's both internal of how the permits will move through the town staff, and then external so that the customer does know where the process is. With the single point of contact, we hope to really be able to provide consistent information as well, so that throughout the planning process, the coordinator has someone to go to and they will get an answer that matches every time. So first in the intent, in Chapter 14, we look at the fee structure. And so currently we provide a discount for nonprofit organizations. And after kind of looking at how other jurisdictions do it and kind of understanding what we're seeing come in to the town, basically 99% of the people who apply are nonprofit. So we thought about, well, does this really make sense? And is having a really high rate for a for-profit, does that achieve what we want? And I think what staff had started to understand is, maybe there's a way to break the fee structure up where you're paying more for the elements of the event. So there's maybe a basic fee, and then there's fees based on whatever you want to do in that permit. The staff has not come forward with fees or with an exact structure for you tonight, because we want to understand from this conversation really where the council is. And then as we look at the budget and the fee structure schedule moving forward in the spring, we can have a conversation about that then. We're hoping to gain from the council tonight, also, and maybe not tonight, maybe in a future conversation, is it something that the council would like to augment? Is there maybe in-kind services or a certain amount of fees that we'd like to look at augmenting for special events in the community? So starting with the definitions, one of the most notable issues that we found with the code is that there was language in there that didn't allow for an event to advertise, to sell tickets for their event until they receive their actual permit. And the trouble with that is that a lot of agencies such as the Department of Environmental Health and the ABC, the Alcohol Beverage Control, they can't issue permits until 30 days out, 2 weeks out, depending on what you're looking for. So it didn't make sense for us to say, hey, you can't advertise for your event and you're only 2 weeks away from it or sell tickets. It just didn't work. So what we had come up with is a letter of conditional approval or conditions of approval. It's defined in the proposed changes that really allow us to look at an application, to vet it internally, to vet it with the applicant, and then to come up with reasonable conditions and kind of a time frame that those can be met so that the permit can be issued. Often the permit isn't issued until just days before. We've also learned that the fire department often won't do their inspection until day of, obviously, because they want to see the tents, they want to see the stage. And so without having that sign off, initially the permit really doesn't come into effect until we have that sign off from them. So we also made language that defined that special event permit to support the conditional letter of approval. So for the non-commercials, previously in the code, we had commercial events and non-commercial events. The two just didn't make sense because commercial events seemed to be something that was very profit-based. And so what we really see in Los Gatos is community events and special events. So by taking out the commercial event, there really wasn't a place for non-commercial, and free speech seemed more fitting. So it's just a change in the verbiage there. There's no change to how those are treated. We're also recommending that the town manager become the deciding body or the final sign-off body for each special event permit. It currently lies with the chief of police. Each permit will actually be vetted through the departments that it affects, Parks and Public Works, PD, but the town manager we're recommending has the final sign-off on that. So vendors was brought about by some conversation through the policy committee with event coordinators and just some internal policy conversations, because what we had found is we've had a lot of people coming forward to say, you know, we'd like to have food at our event and we'd like to do it with a food truck, or we'd like to have a mobile vendor at our event who is in a trailer or not a tent or a table. And so what we start to see is that the way people have services at their event is starting to change and evolve. And we had always said, well, we don't define food trucks, so we can't allow them, was one example. We don't define mobile vendors. And then what we found is we really didn't define any vendor. So we added this definition in the code to kind of umbrella all vendors that could be rendering services at an event. And then with that in there, staff can work with the applicant to kind of understand who's going to be there, how many, is it, you know, where will they be set up? And it's something that, again, will be dynamic based on what the application and what the event looks like. And to note this, all vendors then we would also still continue to make sure they have business licenses, insurance, and all of that. So looking at the approval process, I just touched on this, but the town manager, with the approval process would move to the town manager as being the final approving body with department collaboration. Another notable change is we currently give a 60-day minimum for applications to be received. What we've realized is that's really too short of a window. If somebody comes to us 60 days out and has a pretty large event, there's times that it's very difficult for us to work with them and to get all of the pieces in place. We do recommend that people come much earlier than that. The code allows they can come a year in advance. But really by moving that 90-day minimum up, it gives staff the ability to have more time to really vet out each piece of the application with the applicant. And then we talked a little bit about the contracts and the difference between the contracts that we bring through for events. We had some issues or some conversations last year about how when a contract gets processed, there may be specifics that are put into that contract that are now kind of glued in. And then what we find is that as the event evolves and the process comes forward, we need to modify some of those. So what we're looking at recommending here is just a consent for use. So the contract would be a very broad outline that would come to the council for series events such as music in the park, so that the council would be able to kind of give consent for that use of the town property. And then a special event permit would need to be filed so that staff could then do the work with those organizations. And then overall, I think probably what was most striking for people who looked at the example was that there was a large reduction of the town code language. So what we talked about is a lot of the things that are in there say like, oh, you need to have your name and your address and things that aren't necessarily needing to be captured in a code. We can capture those in the process and in the event permit. So it allows for there to be less language and the rules to be kind of more streamlined and simple within the code. And then we can write that event permit package to really strengthen that and to have all the details that we need. So after your discussion tonight, depending on what you decide and which ways we go, if there is, the ordinance is adopted, it would become effective on January 1st. The fee schedule recommendations would come forward to the council in the spring. The permit packet update would happen immediately. We would use your feedback tonight and kind of the rules that are adopted within the code to prepare those documents. And then we're going to look to do additional targeted outreach. So once we have that permit packet ready to go, we'd like to reach out and meet in person with all of the service clubs and everybody we know that does do events so that we can have a one-on-one conversation and walk through the new process with them to answer questions specific to their own event. And then just for the public record and for the public who's here, these are the contacts for both Christina and myself, and we're always happy to answer questions or to help even before an application is filed. That concludes staff report, and we're here for questions.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to understand the restriction on marketing events, you said you can't market an event till we have a conditional approval. And you said we could file up to a year in advance, and then I assume, you know, you could turn that around in a month or something like that. So you could have a conditional approval almost a year ahead of time, I think. But the question really is, what is marketing? So when I think through some of the events I've been involved in, for example, the plein air event, we go get artists, you know, we advertise for artists to come to town in the December timeframe, but the event's not till June. So, you know, does the conditional approval have to be before you advertise for artists? Next step is you start getting sponsors. Can you be advertising for sponsors before you have the conditional approval? And then obviously at some point you start marketing it to the public, hey, come to this event, and so forth. So can you better explain what your intent is on that?
Yes, thank you. So the intent is that nothing happens before that conditional approval gets granted. And the reason for that is that perhaps a group goes out and markets, they sell tickets, or they try to get sponsors for an event that's going to happen on May 1st, let's just say for the sake of conversation. And then when that application is received by the town, we realize we already have an event in that location on May 1st and we can't approve it. So they've now marketed or sold tickets beyond that. So the goal with the conditional approval is that actually the town is the first step. And then within 45 days, we've been turning it around much quicker. We can give you a conditions of approval that say, hey, you know, if you're going to have tents, then you need fire permit. And they are very basic and broad. And then they start to get down to be more specific based on what you have in a packet. But we would want that before you went out to find the artists. It's just in case it couldn't materialize on the day that you're planning.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our documents show that staff contacted at least one service organization, and that Ms. McDonald for that organization was concerned that her organization did not have enough time to weigh in on this proposed ordinance because she had just received the information or been made aware of the information on Friday. What is staff's input on that or response to that?
So as we've been working with all of the groups since the beginning of the summer, we've been letting the folks know that we were intending to bring code amendments forward to the council to help clarify and to streamline the process. That particular member of the service club, she and I had a conversation this afternoon, and I think it was very helpful for both of us. There was a lack of clarity, I think, on my part or the staff report's part of really understanding that what is coming before you tonight is the actual rules within the code, and that what the process is not the process of some of her concerns were more on specifics of her event or the event that she typically plans. And so they wouldn't be captured in the code. And I think that was the kind of the gap in the understanding, is that what's before you tonight is more broad. So I don't have a specific email that was sent to her prior to Friday to say, oh, we did this on X date, but this has been something that we've been sharing as we work with our applicants. And once the staff report was posted, we did send something out to everybody that was known as an event coordinator.
And that touches upon my next question, which is, how was this agenda item publicized?
So it met the legal requirements of posting in the newspaper for any ordinances that bring forward, and then Monica can address the issue of whether there was specific outreach.
So it was in the newspaper. Thank you.
Can you say that in the microphone so we can have it on the record?
But there might have been additional outreach through social medias. From my standpoint, the legal notices is what I make sure is done, and then there's other social media that maybe Monica or someone else can address.
Ms. Wren, would you like to address that?
There wasn't any social media that I know of, but there were very specific conversations with each coordinator that we worked with throughout the summer, letting them know that moving forward things would be changing, to let them know that the rules, we were using these events as assistance to kind of guide our next step. So it was very, in our opinion, very clear that these were coming forward.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions on the red lines in attachment 1. Maybe the first one is, it seems like you're removing the need for insurance. All that's scratched out. Did you put it in somewhere else and I missed it?
So that it's another way to streamline it and take out wording that is not necessary, or if the insurance requirements change, but it'll be part of the application process that will have the insurance requirements in it and the indemnification language. So it'll just be as an administrative process instead of included in the lengthy ordinance.
Okay, second one on the
And
on the
that
red.
was kind of, as Monica mentioned, a benchmark looking at other towns and cities. We just didn't find that lengthy language in their actual code sections, but certainly all the other towns and cities are requiring the indemnification and hold harmless.
Okay. Second one on the red lines. On page 3, you've redlined a bunch of stuff out that talks about the police chief, and I know we were talking about moving to town manager, but it talks about a kind of size of events and whether if something like, if there's less than 100 people, for example, that there's exceptions to it, and it talks about marching on sidewalks and stuff like that. All of that is redlined out. Can you explain more why that was removed?
So again, it was really just to simplify, and these were exemptions. I think you're talking about Section B, is that correct?
Yes.
So the special event is not required for these things. So really, what we ended up seeing happen is people were saying, oh, I'm only going to have 99 people at my event, therefore I don't have a special event. Or, and what we really wanted to get at is if the event is going to change the flow of traffic, it's going to block pedestrian traffic. If there's other things that are going to happen, then we wanted to vet that through the process. So by taking these things out, I think, and Rob can speak more to this, it just gives us the ability to really understand that maybe an event with 105 people doesn't need a special event permit because it's contained on private property, or there's something else, or maybe something that's a little bit smaller is going to be big because they want to have it in Plaza Park, for example. So some of this language really bound us into either taking an event permit or not, and what we really were looking for is the ability to look at how it would affect the community and in what ways.
Thank you.
I have the question about the block party that's in the desk item. So I appreciate the alternatives you included to remove block party from the list of special event items. So is it your recommendation, if the intent is to simplify block parties, would it be all 3, or are you looking at just 1A? And then B, 2, and 3 are in addition if the council so chooses?
So each number was set up to be a separate option for you to consider. I would recommend, if you're looking for to actually pull it out of those examples, would be to look at the number 1. So there's a definition for it. And then we could continue to process the block parties with the block party permit and process that we have in place.
Okay, and number 1 would include both A and B then?
Yes.
So that it would have its own tracks to simplify and enable that.
And that's also up to you. The B is if you wanted to keep it at the 60-day, which we take all events at currently. And so if you do choose to accept the proposed change to make 90-day the minimum for special events, special community events, perhaps you'd like to consider block parties at a shorter time frame.
Okay.
It's minimal staff time to process that. So it's reasonable to think that we could do that in 60 days.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so I will open up for public comments if we have any speaker cards on this. So we have one. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Randy Chen with the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for examining the special event permit process. The changes you've made to the process with the conditional approval and the move to the town manager's office will make the process a much smoother one. I've overseen many special events in town, from the fantasy fair to soccer fun day, wine walk, and most recently, Eat Drink Los Gatos. I agree that very few for-profit groups make use of the special event permit, and it makes sense to have a uniform fee. Unfortunately, since there's no mention of what the new fees will be, I'm concerned that they'll be raised beyond what most nonprofits can afford. Currently, the fee for the chamber and other nonprofits is $178, while the for-profit rate is $714. even if the rate was somewhere in the middle, it would be much more difficult for the nonprofits in their budgeting. I'm not quite sure why there's a need to change the fee. I'm questioning the concept of cost recovery. A standard recurring events permit, such as the wine walk or the holiday stroll, does not involve a great deal of time on the part of the town. In addition, the town has just hired a special events coordinator whose job it is to handle exactly this. And it seems that special event permits are in the job description. So I'm unclear as to why we need to increase the fees to recover any costs. As far as the fee to do larger events that require closing the street, I would also like to question the cost recovery there. First, the 2 events that closed the streets this summer, that weren't the town, were Eat, Drink, Los Gatos and Fiesta de Arts. And in the Chamber's case, the council encouraged us to close the road. And secondly, we can all agree that since it was the first time in about 15 years that we closed the road, there was a very large learning curve on both our part and the town. The organizations were required by the town to hire a traffic management firm at a cost of $3,500 to $4,000, hire police officers at $166 per hour, and submit parking and traffic plans compiled by Statewide, the company that the town required us to use. Since the organizations paid for all these services, I'm not quite clear where the costs needing to be recovered are. I would agree that the police department does need to look over the traffic plan for safety, but now that we've done this several times, the additional time to look at a professionally drafted plan, which hopefully won't be as much. In addition, we believe that certain town guidelines and codes, such as nighttime deliveries, should be relaxed for special events on a case-by-case basis. It makes it incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to set up an event, and there are a few other town guidelines that ended up costing the chamber an additional $2,000 or so. In conclusion, though I agree the process should be streamlined, and I like your changes, I'm just concerned about any fee increase.
Ms. Chen, you have a couple questions. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So for a typical event, say the wine walk where you close the street, how much did you end up having to pay the town to get through that?
The town? Well, we paid the police officers.
Yeah, what was the total to put on an event? Is it about 10,000 that what the town bills you?
Oh, no, the town doesn't bill us. Well, so the town billed us for the police, so that was about $2,000. The event permit, which was $178. And the rest was not billed through the town, but we had to hire Statewide, which was the traffic management company. So we had to rent the barricades, we had to rent the A-frames, even though the town has them. We had to pay for the traffic plan, and then they had to come out and they had to implement the plan, and that was about between $3,500 and $4,000. But then at the end, they had to stay longer because we weren't allowed to open, even though everything was on a side street, we weren't allowed to open North Santa Cruz until everything was off the street, so we incurred another $2,000 in their overtime fees.
Okay, so I add that up to $7,500.
Oh, to close the street. I mean, there's a lot of other costs, but they don't have to do with closing the street.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms.
Sure.
Tony Alarcon?
Madam Mayor, Council, good evening. Tony Alarcon. I have the pleasure of living at 229 Johnson Avenue and have lived on Johnson Avenue since 2002. We have a neighbor who has taken care of getting the permit to close the street for Halloween. This year, our family, we handed out 2,500 pieces of candy. In my estimate, we handed about 2,000 pieces of candy to single visitors, so some kids get two, but usually we give one just because of the volume of the crowds. And everyone in town knows that Tate is blocked off, and it's more of an adult-friendly environment. Johnson Avenue is more kid-friendly. And this year, we really had a question on if we were going to get the street closed or not. And it's my understanding that the process was is we had a neighbor get everyone to sign off on closing the street as a block party, and that neighbor takes the financial responsibility and liability for closing the street. And so I'm asking the town council to consider closing Johnson Avenue. It's been closed for the last 15 years on a permanent basis to provide children in our town a safe place to trick or treat. Having cars drive down our street with the volume of people that are going, it's not possible. And I think everyone on Johnson Avenue I know supports this. And so I would just ask in a public forum that the town council adopt a resolution sometime in the future that we as residents of Johnson Avenue don't have to go through that process. It's a town-owned issue. As residents, we're happy to put the blockade up. We're happy to take it down. But I just wanted to make that public comment because we have a special town and we're glad to do it. And it's great to see a lot of kids. It seems like about 30% of the children trick-or-treating are not from this area. They're coming into Los Gatos to have a safe place to trick-or-treat. And so I'm asking that you consider my request and granting us a permanent closure of Johnson Avenue on Halloween.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I have no further speaker cards on this matter. So seeing no one approaching, I'm going to close verbal testimony and look to council for questions. I have a couple myself. Ms. Pravetti, when in the budget, a couple questions. One, when in the budget process or calendar process do we designate town events so that if there's discussion of which events to support, which ones not to, when would that occur?
I think it's time actually that we have an explicit conversation with the council about town events. There are a lot of legacy events that have been documented as in-kind donations from the town, such as the holiday parade. And so we'll be working with our next mayor to determine when we can have a town event conversation. There is some money set aside, but if we start adding other criteria or other locations, that's going to have a budget implication. So we're hoping early in 2018 we'll have that conversation.
Okay, and then my second question is the conversation for what the fees will be, whether it's cost recovery for the special events or the difference between nonprofit and profit. When will that conversation take place?
We typically consider our fee resolution in March, so that way it can be effective July 1 with the new fiscal year. This year, we are hoping to do an overhead and cost study to make sure that our fees are, in fact, in alignment with the work that is done. Of course, the council, as it has with the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, can certainly reduce fees as an incentive for certain activities within the town, but we would want to provide you with that baseline information so that way you can see what the outlay of staff costs are. And I think what we're thinking of is, maybe as a proposal, holding with the 178 as the base fee for the special event permit. And then if there's a street closure component, then that needs additional analysis, and that would be an additional fee. So really, depending on the event and all the different elements, there would be a tailored fee. But at this point, we figure it's best first to set the rules, and then we can come back with the larger fee conversation. I also just want to note for our public that we do have a community grant process that typically kicks off in the January timeframe. We have arts and culture grants, not very much money set aside, but for those interested parties who need a little bit of financial help, we would encourage them to submit for an arts and culture grant, and it can go through that competitive process.
Okay, so I hope that answers the two questions that have been brought forward. Any further? Yes, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this question may have been answered in the general, but what is the process for the town to consider and possibly act upon the Johnson Avenue closure?
So this is what we would like to bring forward in early 2018, is really a discussion of all town events. You know, we typically do Spring into Green, Screen on the Green, something for the 4th of July. We've tried a lot of different things. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we do in-kind donations for the tree lighting and the holiday parade. And now that there's more interest in issues such as Tate and Johnson, we felt it was probably time for the council to have a thorough discussion about what are those events that the town does want to subsidize, which is perfectly fine, and then we can build our budget around those.
And the only other question I have for that, given that that's a large issue that affects the entire town, how do I guess this is a question for the incoming mayor as well as to the town manager, how would that be advertised so that those who do have these interests in these events would know when to participate?
So I think we've got a really good email list now of various permittees who've come forward with special events. We would welcome them. We certainly would welcome the residents that we've been working with on Johnson Avenue these last couple of weeks to join us. So, you know, we would just use the database that we have. We would also push it out on our What's New and website, and also use social media. So those who maybe not on the specific email list, you know, we would definitely want everyone to feel welcome.
Okay. Did you have your hand up, Councilmember Johnson?
I just want to make sure that I understand what the staff wants us to do tonight and what the ramifications are. As I understand it, what we have in front of us is a proposal for alterations to our ordinance, code language. And then we could do that tonight without affecting fees, without affecting closures of particular streets, without doing anything, but we could take action on what's before us. And then that could go forward in January 2018, and then there's a fee discussion later, et cetera, right? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
So mine's not a question. I want to share thoughts. I wrote down a whole bunch of thoughts on this, and I realize we're maybe not quite there, but you know, I think what triggered it was seeing in our code removing the difference between a nonprofit and so forth. But it's been grating on me for a while, and I before Mr. Holt said anything, I was thinking along the same line. So I'm going to share what I wrote down after agonizing over this. So, basically I said in concept I'm for cost recovery, but in practice, and the trend is toward tighter cost recovery, I'm starting to get a little worried. As Mr. Holt says, we're saying one thing, but the reality that I see is we're not supportive, and it's becoming difficult. I see the quality of life in our town is enhanced by events of many kinds. Events can bring education and exposure to new ideas or experiences for our residents, particularly our children. They expose us to the arts, culture, music, generally promote a feeling of well-being in our town. Events also build a sense of identity for our community. Do you identify the Children's Parade with Los Gatos? Can you imagine Halloween in the Almond Grove or Johnson Avenue without the streets closed? Or, I said or Johnson also. Nonprofits also have the dual purpose, in addition to providing culture or quality of life, of using events to raise funds that they then plow back into our community for education or helping our residents in many different ways. If we do not have these groups putting on events, the town would have less character, and our residents would be going elsewhere for part of their living. We, the town, would feel the need to liven up the town by putting on events with our staff that require far more of our planning, effort, and cost than if we just supported others that were willing to do the heavy lifting. I would like to thank all the volunteers in our community that spend so much of their time to make Los Gatos a better place. I also would like to be careful making it more difficult for those that are trying to make Los Gatos a better place. I'd like to single out the Chamber, whose mission is to improve the economic vitality of the town and the survival of our businesses that provide a living for some residents, an experience and convenience for others, and revenue to the town coffers that allow us to provide the services to all. As you've heard, our policies make it difficult and takes extra effort and cost to put on events that are to support our businesses, the town economic vitality, and the town revenue. I argue we should make it easier for the chamber to support our town, not harder. The how-to kit proposed by staff is a great idea. Is a good item, but I would also propose that we create a budget, so this is for later, that allows the town to support events that staff feels would enhance economic vitality. I'm unsure what that number is, but I would start with an amount that would support like 5 events during the year, and would guess maybe that's $70K or something like that. And I expect most of this is not actually spending, but allocation of staff time if overtime could be minimized, for example. So we have a lot of resources that we can make it easier if we're willing to do less trying to recover costs, but using what we already have. So I guess I'll stop there. I think I got my point across.
Jump in. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I concur with a lot of what you're saying. I think what we need to do is, as Mr. Holt said, decisions are made here in concept, and how does it become executed? And I think I would ask our new mayor for 2018 to schedule soon after a strategic priorities, what are the events we are looking at as a town to support, so that the town staff could bring back those budgetary numbers, work it into the overall budget, so that we truly see how much it costs, whether it's cost recovery, having someone pay for those, or what's cost recovery on our part to absorb in our budget. But as with anything, it always helps to know, well, what's the true cost? And then as a council, we can determine with the public's input, what's the value to that community for that cost? And I'd love to see that happen sooner rather than later as we start to look at priorities for 2018. Any further comments? Councilmember Johnson?
I'm just going to try a motion if I can. Is that all right? Please. I would like to move that we introduce and have a first reading of the ordinance that's attachment 2. And to include the option that's in our desk item to remove block parties and include paragraph A and put a 60-day limit per paragraph B. And my motion specifically doesn't include any kind of fee structure, because I understand that we're going to discuss that later, as well as what other events the town might be willing to help sponsor. The only editorial comment I'll make on fees and the town is that I would hope that the town could be creative, because if I go hang a wreath on my door, I don't need to have PPW come do it. I get why there's liability, but if there could be some kind of collaboration where you allow businesses or people to take some initiative, understanding that there has to be some supervision, that would, I think, go a long way toward showing the businesses and whoever else it might be, Johnson Avenue, whoever it is, that the town wants to be collaborative and wants to work to make that happen. So I see this ordinance, and the reason I'm making the motion is it's a first step to clarifying the processes and being more flexible. So that's why I'm moving to approve it.
Thank you.
I'm going to second the motion. I just need a clarification. Is this a reading by title only?
Yes, per the recommendation paragraph on the staff report.
All right, second.
Okay, any comments, Vice Mayor?
So I'll say that I'm going to support the motion. I was reluctant to have, again, the wording that said nonprofits should get a discount, but I understand we can remove it to simplify the ordinance, and then we're going to go work on the fee structure. So if I didn't see a difference for nonprofits in the fee structure, be not voting for that, I think. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. And if I could have the clerk read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the Town of Los Gatos amending Los Gatos Town Code, Chapter 14, Article 10, Special Events.
Okay, thank you. And so we now move to item number 16. And this is a fee schedule, but this is specific to tobacco retail license. And let's see, Mr. Schultz, I'll
Good
turn
evening.
to you.
As you mentioned, tonight before you is the adoption of a resolution amending the fee schedule to include fees for tobacco retail license. We rarely come in front of you for one item, but because of the history of this and where we are at, we needed to bring it forward now so that it can be in place by January 8th, just around the time the new year starts. Through previous town council action, the town has recognized the dangers of smoking and secondary smoke. In 2016, the town council adopted amendments to the town's smoking regulations to prohibit smoking in the town's public spaces, outdoor dining areas, entryways, public events, recreation areas, commercial areas, and even in residential family units. In May 2017, the town council adopted an ordinance requiring that all retail businesses offering tobacco sales to the public to obtain an annual licensing permit. Since the town's police department and staff does not have the staffing to handle the regular compliance checks with tobacco licensing vendors in town, the town council approved an agreement with the county of Santa Clara to administer the ordinance and collect the annual permit fees. The attached resolution requires a fee to apply for and obtain a tobacco retail permit. The fee will be established by a resolution of the Board of Supervisors at their annual board meeting. Currently, that fee is $425. The fee shall be calculated to recover no more than the actual cost of administration and enforcement of the tobacco retail license. The fees are effective January 8th unless there's a protest that's filed. It is recommended the town council approve the recommended amendment to the comprehensive fee schedule to include the fee for tobacco retail license as set forth in the resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, any questions? Okay. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this item? I'm just looking real quick at our deputy clerk. No cards. So I am closing the public hearing. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to move to adopt the resolution approving amendments to the Los Gatos Comprehensive Fee Schedule to include fees, rates, and charges for tobacco retail license, Attachment 1.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. We're now at item number 17. Oh, I'm sorry, we continued that. We are now at item number 18, which is to review, discuss, and consider the recommendations of the Council Finance Committee to create an oversight committee as well as an investment policy. Welcome, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. Arne Andrews, Assistant Town Manager. I'd just like to state first off, at the last Finance Committee meeting, our Finance Director was on a 700-mile Odyssey bicycle trip throughout the Midwest, and therefore I actually presented these items at that meeting, and so for consistency, I will be presenting the next two items also. However, our Finance Director and his staff, our Finance Director is here in the event there are questions that we would like him to help with. As I mentioned, the first item before you was heard at your October 9th Finance Committee meeting. And at that meeting, a recommendation came out from your Finance Committee that this council adopt a resolution establishing the Town Council as an oversight committee for the Town of Los Gatos IRS Section 115 Pension Trust and California Employees Retiree Benefit Trust. And in addition, adopt an investment policy for the Town of Los Gatos IRS Section 115 Pension Trust and CRBT. That recommendation stemmed out of a conversation and a staff recommendation that previously this council about a month ago adopted PARS as the administrator of a newly formed Pension 115 Trust. And that 115 Trust is intended to take supplemental contributions for the pension plan above and beyond what would normally be the contribution that would be provided to CalPERS. In addition, before that, this council also adopted the CRBT, which is the vehicle used for the healthcare assets. And in that vehicle, that's actually the sole vehicle for healthcare assets for the town. Both of these 115 trusts, the establishment of them, come with fiduciary responsibilities associated with the maintenance of those assets. And actually, both of those vehicles also come with multiple asset allocation choices. By having those choices, it means there are decisions to be made regarding the types of risk and the types of reward that a governing body needs to deliberate and decide on, and that is where the recommendation for the creation of an oversight body stems out of. One of the first measures that an oversight body should do is adopt an investment policy consistent with the goals of that body, and that's why both of these items are here before you tonight. With that, we are available to take any questions about either the establishment of the oversight board or the investment policy that's attached.
You. Any questions, council members? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How, with regard to the council being established as the oversight body, as is being recommended in the staff report, how does, is it assumed that the council has the necessary expertise, or how does the council have that expertise, or is it simply being a rubber stamp to any recommendation?
I would not characterize it as a rubber stamp. I would say that the council, by virtue of the fact that you created these trusts, have already, to a certain extent, accepted the responsibility inherent in the management of these assets. That being said, the prudent person rule and the standard of care associated with a governing body takes into account the fact that you are not necessarily experts in the field. If you require experts, you can hire consultants, which you've already done. In the case of the PARS 115 Trust, you've actually already outsourced the asset allocation to Highmark Capital. The Finance Committee wants to deliberate a little further on which asset allocation they will recommend to the Oversight Board. But in that regard, you've already recognized the fact that perhaps you do not have the expertise. And as a governing body, though, you are capable of determining what you feel the appropriate risk associated with the assets are. You know, granted, you will get input from consultants on that. And one of the areas where we would like to have training pretty much right off the bat is if the council moves forward with adopting this oversight board with yourselves as the representatives, we would be bringing in a fiduciary council to provide fiduciary training.
So the question I have, and it's going to follow Councilmember Spector's train of thought, we enlarged the Finance Committee to take in residential knowledge in these matters. Through the process that's being envisioned, is there an opportunity for the Finance Committee to also look through these documents to give us their recommendations as what we envisioned with the Finance Committee being able to do?
That is a great question. And yes, it is envisioned that your Finance Committee will still be a vehicle that you will use for vetting a lot of this information. Ultimately, though, once the information is vetted and there is an action that needs to take place, that action should be taken by a governing body who understands the fiduciary role inherent in making those decisions. But we intend to use the Finance Committee extensively to work through a lot of these issues. We only intend that the Oversight Committee would probably meet quarterly. And so any actions that came out of the Finance Committee would be brought to those quarterly meetings.
Any further questions? Okay. I open it up for public hearing. I have one speaker card, and that's from Jack Veneta.
Thank you, Councilman Spector, for asking that question. It's the same question that I asked in the finance meeting. My speech tonight is a lack of action is costing us money. And to me, this is somewhat duplicitous. You have a finance committee that is very talented, has 3 people CFO level and above, and yet we're going to have the council as the oversight committee. I would argue against that. I would make the Finance Committee responsible for it, or at least responsible for reporting all of it to the council. What I would like to see is the government, our council, trimming back on the workload. I think a lot of important things are getting pushed down the road. So let me start on my speech. Excuse me. Earlier this year, I was very pleased that the council picked 3 highly qualified residents to work with the Finance Committee. The first meeting was March 23rd. Since that time, there has been a lot of talk, numerous meetings, some action, and 0 invested in the $1.3 million the council put aside to pay down the unfunded liabilities debt. That was 7.5 months of earning less than 1%. With an inflation rate from February through September of 2%, we have lost more than 1% of the investment. The Fed has a target of 2%, so my question is, why are we targeting a loss on our investments? In addition to costing ourselves that 1%, the market in that same period of time went up 7.65% for a opportunity loss of 8.65%. Had we just earned 5%, $1 million would be worth $2.65 million in 20 years and $4.32 million in 30 years. But to do nothing is a waste of tax dollars by the residents. I am asking the council to take immediate action on Section 115. Don't try to time the market, dollar cost average if that is the safest way to invest. But we were waiting in September of 2016, March, June, and September of 2017, and that has cost us money. How long does it take to make a decision? This town operates with a very heavy list of priorities and things to do, but the burden appears to be greater than the council and the staff's ability to handle the issues. It is my opinion that the council needs to take a hard look at reworking the whole system. I don't have to be convinced that each of you work hard for no pay, but are you spending your time on the critical issues as our pension debt far exceeds $70 million and will be increasing in the future? There is more work and bureaucracy that needs to be fixed. There's too much to do, and while trying to get things done, we're not even investing the money that can do some of the work for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veneta. Any questions? Okay. I have no other speaker cards. I'm closing public hearing. Council members, do you have any further questions of staff and/or would like to make a motion? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to make some comments related to Mr. Veneta's comments. So I'm on the Finance Committee, and I also am anxious to get our money working, and I was a little frustrated that after our Finance Committee we weren't recommending it, and with my frustration, I went and talked to staff to remind, who helped me remind, the process that we're trying to get through. So staff came with a policy recommendation, and we realized at the time part of what we're trying to do is come up with a policy of what asset allocation we're going to make. And we had a very conservative one written in this, what looked like a policy to us. So we kind of got wrapped around the axle of, I think most of the policy committee wanted to do something immediately, even if it's just step in at a very conservative asset allocation. And somehow we didn't actually get to that. We still, I guess, felt we needed to work on the policy a little bit more. And I think some of the important information we asked for, and I think we're going to get for, I think it's December 9th is our next policy committee meeting, was, before you come up with an asset allocation, you need to understand, on how conservative or how aggressive it is, you need to understand when you're going to need the money. So we're supposed to be getting a report from a consultant of, we've got all this liability of employees that are retiring, going to retire, eventually they will pass away. When is it we will be needing to spend all of this money that is part of our liability was part of the question. If we need a whole lot of it in 5 years, you would invest one way. If we really don't need a lot of it until 20 years, you might invest in a different way. So we basically are holding off one more meeting, one more month to get that information to help us get through what should our policy look like. And then it's my intention as mayor is to bring this back in an agenda item as soon as I can after the policy committee has had their one more look at it. So I think we will have action on the money that we do have, pending council decision, but I intend to bring it to a council decision hopefully in December. I would ask Mr. Andrews if he'd like to add anything to that. Did I characterize it correctly?
Correct. Staff's thoughts were, first, let's create the governance structure under which this is going to take place. Once we have a governance structure in place, we can move fairly quickly to bring recommendations first to the Finance Committee and then out of the Finance Committee ultimately to the Council. While it is a small amount of money, it is still $1.3 million. The comments made tonight are correct. If you lose, any type of earning potential on money, it's a loss of money regardless of the size of the capital we're talking about. I will say, though, that this body did not act on the creation of the PARs, I think, until September. And so in that regard, we have lost some time, but I don't think I would characterize it as if we've lost time since March. If this council this evening acts to create the governance structure, one of the things we would envision the Oversight Board doing is, one, getting a review of the actuarial valuations that occur every year. Currently, actuarial valuations are produced by CalPERS, but there's not necessarily a body where they get reviewed. They get discussed, but there isn't necessarily a formal process for review. In addition, I believe the Vice Mayor is referring to the fact that we have our own actuary on retainer, Bartell and Associates, and they help us review currently the assets within the healthcare trust. They can also help us interpret our CalPERS actuarial valuations because the current reports we receive, while they're informative, I wouldn't say they necessarily provide the depth of information that we could probably get out of additional work from our own internal actuary.
Are there any further comments? Would anyone like to venture into a motion? Yes, Councilmember Johnson.
I'd move that we adopt a resolution that's contained in Attachment 1, establishing the Town Council as the Oversight Committee for the Town of Los Gatos IRS Section 115 Pension Trust and California Employees Retirement Benefit Trust, and that we adopt an investment policy for the Town of Los Gatos IRS Section 115 Pension Trust and CERBT.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? Councilmember Leonardis?
Second.
Okay. Any comments? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also agree with Mr. Van Natta that I would like to keep this moving as quickly as possible. I would also appreciate having the Finance Committee weigh in before these oversight issues come to the council. And when the Finance Committee weighs in, I'm hopeful that, one, all of the Finance Committee members are at the meeting and that they all participate in the vote of recommendation to the council.
Thank you. Any further comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And we are now at item number 19, which is the recommendation of the Finance Committee to proceed with preparing a ballot measure to place a 1/8 cent general sales tax on the November 2018 ballot for Los Gatos priorities. Mr. Andrews.
Thank you. This was another item that was deliberated and heard at your Finance Committee meeting of October 9th, and it was based on a staff report which basically highlighted what we see as a diminishing window of opportunity for our community. Because of the current laws around when certain initiatives can be brought before a ballot, November of 2018, which is the next time there will be an actual election for council members, is when you could bring a measure of this type for that type of consideration by the community. If you miss the November 18th, if it's decided not to move forward with allowing the community an opportunity to decide if they are agreeable to such a measure, the next opportunity would be 2020. In addition to that window of just administrative opportunity, there's also California law which stipulates that at a local jurisdictional level, in addition to the sales tax that's charged at the state level, there is currently a 2% cap on that. Of that additional 2% capacity, 1 3/4 is already currently enacted. And so for our community or for other communities, there's currently only another 0.25% of taxing capacity available. And in the event that other jurisdictions move forward, it would create an additional diminishing opportunity for our community. And so based on those two kind of elements aligning, staff brought forward a recommendation that says that we would like the council to consider, and the Finance Committee concurred, giving direction to staff and the Finance Committee to move forward with drafting ballot language, contemplating a 1/8 general sales tax increase measure to be put on the ballot in 2018 for community consideration.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Andrews, for everybody else in the public, can you better explain the difference between general versus specific, and why we're choosing general, in terms of the number of votes, and then if you have it, a general was recommended by the Citizens Advisory Committee, and there was some language that I realize you're going to go write new language, but I think it would be illustrative to people to understand what language could be in a general that makes it sound like what we're going to do with the money.
Thank you. Very good questions also. So in California State Code, there are two ways to bring a revenue enhancement measure before the public. One is under what's referred to as a general sales tax. A general sales tax requires a vote of 50+1 to pass, and any revenue enhancement stemming off that measure can be used for operational purposes or any priorities of the town. In a special tax measure, that requires a 2/3 vote, and that measure would have to have ballot language that makes it very explicit that any revenue enhancement stemming off of that measure would be used for a very specified purpose. Special tax measures in the past would include, for instance, Measure B, which is used specifically for roadway and infrastructure projects, or in the past, other jurisdictions have passed special taxes that would go, solely for public safety. In this case, staff is recommending a general sales tax based on the fact that our community seems to have a multitude of priorities, and it would give the council the flexibility through their strategic priority setting process with input from the community where you think any revenue is best allocated. On your other question, the prior proposed sales tax measure ballot language stated, and I'll just read verbatim, so bear with me, to maintain the quality of life and small town character in the town of Los Gatos by fixing potholes, sidewalks, and repairing neighborhood and major town streets, upgrading town parks, playground equipment, and restrooms, upgrading walking, hiking, and bike trails, beautifying downtown, maintaining town facilities, and other essential town facilities and services. Shall the town of Los Gatos enact a 1/2 cent sales tax providing $4 million annually for 25 years with annual audits, independent citizens oversight, and all funds spent locally.
Just to clarify, we're talking about 1/8 this time, although it said something different last time.
Correct. So last time it appears as if the measure that was being considered before this body was for a 1/2 cent sales tax. Currently, as I stated earlier, there is only 0.25% of capacity remaining, and staff is recommending an incremental step forward for our community consider in a 1/8.
Any further questions? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of questions. First of all, if I read the staff report correctly, community members of the Finance Committee did not vote for the recommendation that's coming before the council. Is that correct?
They are not voting members of the committee
Okay.
by resolution.
All right. And so did they express an opinion?
Yes. One community member was absent. The second expressed a preference for a special tax, particularly for unfunded liabilities, and the third member of the public declined to comment on this particular agenda item.
All right, thank you. And then a statement, and I think this is going to be a question for our town attorney. In August, the California Supreme Court rendered a decision that included a very supportive language for general taxes that can be used for a specific purpose. And the Supreme Court said that can occur if the tax is generated, the referendum is generated by the public as opposed to the government entity. However, that portion of the Supreme Court decision was not a holding. And so my question for Mr. Schultz or whomever on staff is, what is the status of that decision at this point?
So as you mentioned, it probably wasn't considered a holding, more of dicta, what we call, but I don't think it applies in either case here, because what we have in front of us is not a ballot measure that's going to be generated by the public. So we don't have that issue of whether is it general that we can use for a specific purpose. Here we have a ballot measure that is going to be proposed by the council. So in my opinion, that court case is really not applicable to this situation, and it's your typical language that we're at least proposing would be for a general purpose tax that can be used for general purposes.
I agree. It doesn't apply with the motion or with the report that we have before us. But if we have council members who are supportive of a general tax that can be used for any reason because it can be passed by 51%, as opposed to a special tax that could be limited to, for example, to pensions. What this Supreme Court decision would allow is a special tax that is attributed to the pensions that would only need a 51% approval rating by the voters. And so I do understand, Mr. Schultz, that it wouldn't apply within the parameters of the staff report, but it could give the town of Los Gatos and other jurisdictions another option. And I was just wondering if any jurisdiction is moving forward, or if you have heard any information since the August Supreme Court decision.
So I haven't heard much, again, because I think we're waiting to see. I think where this is going to come in play is if we actually get the initiative that's supported by the public that tries to do, as you just mentioned, a general tax to try to stick with the 50% and do it for, say, public pensions or for roadway improvements for a specific use, and use that language in the Superior Court to try to get the lower standard of 50%. So I think that's where it's going to come in play, and since August, there hasn't been those petitions that have been filed to try to interpret that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So, Mr. Andrews, I want to make sure before I open it up for public hearing that I understand this correctly. So, and I'm going to paraphrase it. So there is a state cap of 9.25% on tax, sales tax.
There is currently a state sales tax that equates to 9.25%. There is a cap at 2% for local jurisdictions, of which there is currently 1 3/4 already enacted.
Okay, because of that 9.25, 7.25 belongs to the state.
Correct.
And then of that 2% remaining for local jurisdiction, 1.75% has already been taken, so to speak, by other entities like Measure B that was just passed. And we share that with the other with our other special districts and the county, that tax burden.
I would, so the entire sales tax is paid by any resident that shops within the county or the state.
Okay.
The 1 3/4, I would say that we are a residual beneficiary of the types of projects that are done by these other taxing entities to one extent or another, but we currently don't receive any direct sales tax for specific priorities of Los Gatos.
Okay,
and
so
that is the remaining 0.25% where staff is recommending trying to capture 1/8 of that.
Okay, so of that 1.75%, that is not a specific sales tax that Los Gatos has imposed for our benefit.
Correct.
Okay.
Los Gatos currently receives nothing specific to Los Gatos.
Okay, and so what remains then in this window is 0.25%. So the two questions I have for you, there is discussion of that 0.25 being looked at. I know that I think Assemblymember Hill's bill 797 passed, and that would authorize San Mateo, Santa Clara County, and San Francisco County to raise is it 1/8?
It is 1/8 also.
It is 1/8. That would then cut into that 0.25.
Correct.
And really, and there's also discussion, I don't know how far it's gone, but there's discussion of other entities, whether it's Santa Clara County or another special district, looking at the remaining 1/8. And if those were taken, Los Gatos would lose any future opportunity for a sales tax.
There is a mechanism to go to the state legislature to try to exceed the cap, but that would take legislative action and would have to be carried by this body or by staff as a legislative effort at the state level.
Okay. Okay. So I think I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I'm now opening it up for our public hearing. Our first speaker is Jack Veneta.
A double header tonight. The county and the state would like to take this last 1/4% if we don't take it. We'll pay the money out, but we won't get much, if anything, in return. We get all of the proceeds, which would be about $800,000. In the case of the 0.5% Measure B sales tax for the VTA, we will get a very small portion of the proceeds, but we'll pay the full 0.5%. A sales tax can be considered regressive in that it taxes the poor at a higher rate proportionally to the income of the individual. But so do most other taxes, including property, gas, and parcel tax. The sales tax is somewhat mitigated by not charging sales tax on many of the necessities of life, such as food, electricity, and water. I would prefer a special tax with the monies going to pay down the unfunded liabilities. I would like to see an oversight committee that makes sure that the tax money goes to the unfunded liabilities, and another function of the oversight committee would be to assure the citizens of Los Gatos that no games are being played with the dollars that have already been allocated to the UAL. Whether a general or specific tax, each should be a relatively short tax with a sunset date that should be reviewed by the Finance Committee and approved by the Council. By a short date, I don't know what that short date is, but it is something that the Finance Committee could recommend to the Council. There can be an argument that sales tax decreases sales. However, there are entities standing in line right now for the last 1/8 of a percent. If we don't get it, someone else will. Then we'll be paying the taxes without getting any of the benefits. Shoppers will still have to pay that 1/8%. To give you an idea of what that 1/8 looks like to somebody coming to Los Gatos, that's going to cost another 12.5 cents on a $100 purchase, if my math is correct, and a $3 cup of coffee is going to go up 4 cents. Thanks.
Mr. Veneta, why, am I on? Yeah. Why is it so important for us to pass this tax?
I would say that we have several reasons. One is we don't have any add-on tax at all. So there's essentially an 1/8 left. We need to get that. One, pay down unfunded liabilities, which is over 70 million by my calculations, and is going to go up substantially in the next 3 years. The other thing is we will get some money from the VTA if our PCI rating on the roads is over 70. And I know that Mr. Morley and his crew is working hard to get us up to that 70, but we have to stay above 70. And the roads are deteriorating, so we continually need money. The other thing is sales tax has been going down. If we see the property tax go down at all, we're going to be in trouble.
If I could just follow on. So you don't think that we could pay our unfunded liabilities down in other ways?
No, I do think we could, but there's a lot of resistance to cutting some costs. In some of the research that I've done, and all I'm looking at right now are police costs and library costs. We have our own library. If we went to the county library, we would substantially reduce costs. If we went to the Santa Clara County Sheriff, we might cut costs. I don't know. That's a study that needs to be done. But those were two of the bigger items that I saw in the budget that both needed to be looked at. both in this town are sacred cows. So I don't see that as happening anytime soon. So you've got to take what you can get now, which would be the 8% sales tax.
Thank you.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Van Naden, I need a clarification. The proposal before us is to put on the ballot a general tax measure, but you keep saying use the money for pensions, and so I have a disconnect there, and I'm not understanding.
In paragraph 4, I said I would prefer a special tax that went to pay for the unfunded liabilities, but I understand the reason for the general tax because it's easier to pass than a special tax. But it was in 2016 that we had 66 or 67% approval by the polling company for a 0.5% sales tax. So I don't know that the special tax is at risk this year.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Mr. Van Naden, who do you envision being as part of the oversight committee? Should this go on the ballot? Should it pass?
Anything to do with money, I would push it to Finance Committee. With that talent aboard, we need to use it.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councilmember Spector.
This is probably not a question for Mr. Van Naden, so I'll wait.
Okay. So next speaker is Maria Risto.
Hi, Maria Risto, 85 Broadway. I probably don't even need to speak because Mr. Van Naden kind of hit everything much better than I could have. But I just wanted to point out, as a resident who, one of the few people who exclusively shops in town, the last thing I want to do is pay more money. However, when I look at this, the staff report and other people have called out that we know there are other taxes looming. And if our town doesn't take this 1/8, I will be paying more in taxes when I shop in town, but the money won't stay in town. So I think it is important that we move forward. We do have things like infrastructure, pensions, economic vitality, where we could use the money and we can keep it locally. Our residents and our region has shown that for the right projects, we are willing to tax ourselves. Measure B passed. Traffic mattered, congestion mattered. There are issues in our town that matter to people, and I think that there does need to be some consideration of whether it's a general tax or a specific tax, because the messaging is going to be important. But I think with the right message that resonates with the residents, a specific tax could pass. There's been the polling in the past, and I think, that might make more sense. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Next speaker, Catherine Summers.
Hi, Council. I'm Catherine Summers, Executive Director of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. So last week, upon learning that you were all going to discuss the 1/8 cent sales tax increase, I decided to figure out the pros and cons about putting that on the ballot for next November. In particular, because it's my job, I wanted to find out what the Los Gatos business community felt and what the residents felt about it. The Chamber sent a survey this past week to our members and to all who are on our email list, asking them specifically if they were for or against this sales tax increase. Just 24 hours later, we had 102 responses. After a few more days, 130. This was good results for us. Still, responses are coming in. In this survey, we asked the respondents whether they were residents or merchants. That number was split 50-50. But here's what stands out and what is most important. 79% of the respondents were against the sales tax increase. Almost everyone made comments. I have a copy of all those comments here. After seeing these, I thought I'd come to my conclusion. However, then I did some research, which many of you have told all about the research today on the sales state mandate limits and how much our towns can charge. And as you know, we're getting close to that limit. Yesterday, I went to the Democracy in Action meeting, from whom you've heard from a few of those people tonight, and found out even more. 2 points resonated with me. One, Ken Durea, who is one of the financial experts on your oversight committee, very well-intentioned and necessary finance committee, I believe, strongly supports the measure, noting that the town is going to need all of these funds in the years to come to help pay down the unfunded liability pensions, which are now at about $70 million. The other interesting reason to support this, as people have mentioned, is because we should grab it while it's there. So I'm sure you can appreciate by midday yesterday I was a little conflicted. All these different arguments are quite compelling. But my last stop in my quest for an opinion was at a bi-monthly chamber coalition meeting where 18 or so chamber executives from around the county meet to discuss public policy, economic vitality, and trends that we are seeing. I asked the question, would they support a sales tax increase in their towns, even if it was just a minor one? The room kind of rumbled, and what I learned from all these advocates for business is that chambers of commerce traditionally would never support a sales tax increase, as it is the #1 killer of small business. Small businesses are under such pressure already, and to face another extraneous challenge is just one more reason that they might not be able to survive another year. The discussion continued. There would be one exception, and that one exception would be if the tax allocated was designated for economic vitality and for health and well-being of a community. I had it. I figured it out. And so on behalf of all the businesses in town, and I know I have their support on this, I will not support the tax increase if it just goes into your general fund, but I will support it if you consider designating it for the enhancement of our entire business community.
Any questions? So actually, I do have a couple questions. This meeting that you attended last night or yesterday, it intrigues me. Were they aware of Jerry Hill's proposal and the 2020 potential tax?
Yes, I did come up, so we did discuss that, so they know. I mean, again, it was, maybe you have to grab it when you can. That was part of the discussion.
And do you know whether or not, okay, here's another question. In the last 2016,
yes.
Measure B, for example, I believe there were many businesses in support. And was it because it was a special tax that was specific to traffic congestion, which would help with economic issues?
That was a little before I was around, but I do believe that was why. The messaging was so positive and that it was going to help the business communities, particularly ours. We haven't seen a whole lot of that help yet, and I think they're discouraged because of that.
Okay. And my last question, and I'm going to ask you to put a chamber as well as a school parent hat. The most recent parcel tax that came forward did not pass, and it was at 66.66. I mean, I don't remember the exact, and it needed 66.67. So it was so close, but it needed that extra jump because it was a special tax. I know wearing both hats, knowing the higher burden you would have to put to pass a tax, would you still be in support of that special tax?
I would, because of what it would do for the business community. I think we could really get people rallied around it. That's my core belief. I think we saw what didn't work with that school measure, and I don't think the same thing would happen in the downtown business community. That's just my gut feeling.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. Ms. Summers, could you repeat the last line of your presentation there one more time?
Sure.
Your punchline, so to speak.
Okay, let's see here. I said, on their behalf, on the business community, and I believe I speak for all of them, most of them, I will not support a tax increase where funds go into your general fund, because none of us will ever see that again. I will, however, consider supporting a small tax increase if this money collected is designated for the enhancement of our entire business community.
So a follow-up question. Thank you, Mayor. So I think it was our last meeting when we were talking about traffic and how it chokes us and chokes our business community. And there were a lot of ideas brought forth about enhancing the downtown, enhancing the streetscape, perhaps making traffic go one way in one direction and one way the other direction. And all these wonderful things need revenue sources. And right now, we are short of revenue sources for these types of things, as I see it. So would this not be an opportunity to enhance a revenue source that could help the business community in that
Definitely.
regard?
I mean, you're talking about $800,000 here. I just think it would be a shame. I mean, I understand that we owe $70 million in unfunded liability pensions, but I mean, to do this tax and to expect the taxpayers and the small business to rally around a specific tax for that, I don't think you're going to get their support. I think if you say to them, let's rally around what we have and make what we have better, I mean, the fallout from that could be increased sales taxes, could be that property taxes staying high, could be school bond measures passing. I mean, I think we have to focus on what we need to do to start bringing some of that those other revenues back up.
So if I understand you correctly, then you are supportive of a general tax,
but
not a specific tax for pension liabilities. There's only two choices.
Well, you could be specific in another way. It doesn't have to be for unfunded liability pensions. You could, as the council, decide where is that $800,000 going to be, what is it going to be designated to? And that's up to you. I did in my research here, and Rob can say if this is true or not, that you can apparently pass a general tax with a 50% passage rate. And then after the fact, a council can designate where that money goes, and the state has nothing to do with it. Now, whether or not that's actually true, I never found out if that is correct or not. So that's another option. I think that messaging is harder, to say, oh, let's pass the 50% general tax. And I just really fear that if you pass the 50% general tax, based on what I've seen happens with a lot of these dollars, it just, sure, you might fill some potholes and we'll cut down some eucalyptus trees, but still then the business community, all the business communities don't see anything. And that's just what worries me as the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce championing business.
Thank you for your continued service in that regard.
Any further questions? Okay, that concludes our public speakers. Unless I see anyone coming forward, I'm closing public testimony and look to council for questions. I know Councilmember Spector had one of staff.
Yes, a question of staff. Well, actually, I have two. One is, right now, we are paying off our unfunded liabilities over time, according to an agreement we have with the state of California. We're paying interest on that indebtedness of 7.5%. So that question is, how much is that costing us each year?
Thank you, Councilmember Spector. So your question is an interesting one, and I don't have the number right off the top of my head, but I can tell you that every year that the California, CalPERS, when they calculate what we owe on our unfunded pension liability, is taken on a year-by-year basis. For instance, last year, the return that CalPERS had on their portfolio was 11.2%. So there's no interest. Actually, there's money being credited towards our unfunded liability when the asset returns exceed the discount rate, which is what the, if in effect, is the interest rate you're referring to at the 7.5% level. So roughly, if we have right now our current, if I'm just using a very rough term, but we have about, I would say, in our pension liability, close to 40 million. If you just took a rough 7% on that, you're talking $2+ million a year in interest cost. However, that 40 million, as I said, each year there's it's a humongous spreadsheet that basically goes year after year after year. Whenever the investment returns were below 7.5%, then that their difference in rate between what was earned and what CalPERS assumes you would earn, it would be charged as, quote, interest. So for example, in a year when CalPERS makes 5%, but they assumed they would make 7.5%, there's a 2.5% interest charge. So it's not 7.5% per year is the point I'm making. It's looked at year by year by year. And then those unfunded liabilities that are determined are amortized or paid down over a 29-year period on average. So just like your home mortgage, the 40 million that I'm referring to is factored into our employee rates every year. And theoretically, if the CalPERS returns come in as they hope they will, that money, that of unfunded liability, will be paid down and paid off over that amortization period of 29 years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the other question for staff, maybe for Mr. Schultz, I don't know. There has been discussion of the general tax being wording in the ballot that it could go for, all of these things, streets, salaries, a whole number of items. And then there was mention of having a group that oversees those expenditures. But how would that work when a general tax goes into our general expenditures?
So I can give you a real life experience of basically the scenario that was mentioned, in that in your general tax you can list certain things that it's going to be used for, whether it be infrastructure. Let's just use it was going to be used for streets and repairs and parks and sewer improvements. We don't have that, but let's use those three. And you have an oversight committee, and that oversight committee knows exactly how much that 1/4 or that half or that 1% brought in for that year for those sales tax. And so it knows exactly the amount of money that was brought in, and then there's accounting for where it's spent for. And that oversight committee determines whether it was used for those items that were specifically listed in the general plan and not for others. And the scenario there was actually use of funds from staff to do some office furniture or some other things that they thought were applicable because they were in the sewer department and therefore really pertained to sewer improvements. And the oversight committee made the town put the money back, and the council supported that oversight committee, made them put that back and use it for its purposes that were in the general tax measure. So you can get there under your own oversight to make certain where that 4% or 0.5% is exactly spent. But if in fact council in that scenario was used for furniture and council said, no, we're going to allow it to be used for that, certainly that a citizen couldn't sue, as opposed to if it was specific tax that said specifically it would be used for sewer improvements, they would be able to have an action against the town for not using it for that specific purpose. So hopefully that kind of explains the nuances that you can do. You can put your language for a general tax. If you looked at the language that was read earlier, that really did have 4 or 5 different topics. It did have a catch-all. But you're not tonight, I guess I would say tonight, you're not really looking at specific language. You're not even really making a determination whether it's a special or a general tax tonight. Really, it's that first step to see, do you want to proceed? It's the first time for public input on it. Do you want to proceed with some form of sales tax in 2018? And then I think the Finance Committee would vet this even further. I think it would come back again for another vetting of special or general, and then it would come back again for that exact language. I think that the schedule is set forth in the staff report. So it's really just that first step, and do you see us putting on a sales tax measure in November of 2018?
All right, so that would be the limit. So let's say, for example, hypothetically, I wanted the sales tax to be limited for pensions. But that doesn't make any difference right now. Tonight, we're only deciding whether or not to have a sales tax measure.
That's correct. That's my understanding for tonight.
Is that staff's understanding also?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
2 questions, one for Mr. Schultz, following up on Ms. Summers. Is she correct that if you did a general tax, put it, and you didn't say what you're using for it, the benefit of Los Gatos, let's say, goes into the general fund, can the council then take that money and designate it later as a budget process for a particular thing? And the example I'm going to use here is designate it for Almond Grove repaving, designate it for whatever, even though it's passed as a general tax?
Yes.
Okay. The next question is not for Mr. Schultz. I don't know who might know this, if anyone. My question is, we got a report from staff regarding the town of Los Gatos sales tax, which is down 6.1%, which is not comparable to other communities. So, given the fact that our sales tax is down 6.1%, has anyone looked at or done any research into what could the town make? What amount of money is the town losing due to that 6.1 decrease? So if I'm saying, oh, I'll pass a 8%, whatever it is, sales tax, and I'll get $800,000, if I recovered 6.1% by doing something good for the business community, for example, how much money is that? Does anyone know?
So I'll start just at a higher level. If you look at the chart that was in the staff memo, at a high level, our peak was around 11 million in sales tax in around the 2011 timeframe, and we're currently down to something in the vicinity of 8 million. How that equates to a 6.1% decline in a quarter, that I don't know. We do contract with Muni Services, who helps us with a lot of the details and the nuances of our specific sales tax, and we could ask them that question and they could probably generate an answer. I'm not sure if anyone on staff currently has that answer. I think that's a question Muni Services would have to answer for us.
So I would be very curious to know that, because if it's anywhere, I suspect it's over $800,000. So, if we're working on recovering what we're losing, that may be an alternative to imposing something else on top of where we're already losing. Just an observation.
Staff would concur that there are several elements out there that could continue to impact sales tax, whether that's an economic impact or whether that's just a continued shift in consumer behavior from what were traditional sales tax items to non-taxable items. We would agree that this could either be an enhancement to additional revenues or it could help buffer what is already a declining revenue base.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If a general tax is passed, and the monies, this council said, all right, those monies are going to be set aside for economic vitality. Is it also accurate that unlike a special tax, a different council could change the use of that funding?
Yes, and that was the caveat I was going to make, but didn't get a chance there. Yes, absolutely. That would just be a budget priority. Hopefully, if you craft your language correctly for what you want to use that for, then you hope that the community and the oversight committee, though, will have the preservation to make certain that the funds are used for. And that's the example I used for, was when they were used outside, there was quite a bit of outcry from the public and from the oversight committee to make that change. But certainly, yes, even though the 800,000 you allocated to Almond Grove this year, that doesn't mean the 800,000 has to be allocated for that the following year. The council would have the ability to use it for what it determines on a general tax.
But that would be unlike a special tax that's passed for X. The council doesn't have the discretion to change X to Y or Z.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I have two. The first is, when is the composition of the oversight committee made? Is that decision made prior to a tax being passed or after?
So the oversight would be part of your ordinance, and you have to provide the ordinance prior to the election time. So the ordinance would put in there that there will be an oversight committee. I don't recall if my ordinances that I've worked on had the actual makeup. But it's something certainly you could actually put in the ordinance.
Okay. Second question I had, I'm totally blanking. Oh, special tax. Does it have to be limited to one use? Could it be to two? Could it be a special tax for two specific uses? Understanding that dilutes it down to 400,000 or to a proportion?
I'd have to do more research. I believe it has to be one use, but it could be multiple within there. Like our first thing that came up was Measure B, but it was related to transportation. So we just have to research that further, whether you could use it for parks or streets, as opposed to many components of parks and many components of streets. And we just have to look at that more carefully to make sure our language meets the state requirements.
Well, let me take it another step then. we've seen over the past year, economic vitality means different things to different people. I mean, part of that, as we've discussed at the last meeting, could be infrastructure to improve streets downtown, whereas economic vitality means having more staff resources to push the permits out quicker. I mean, there's different ways to interpret it. With an umbrella that general, how would you craft a specific tax for really a general discussion item?
We just have to do more research on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just add that the reason staff is recommending a general tax is exactly for that purpose. If you look at the areas that have been raised as either concerns or priorities, either among the community or among yourselves, oftentimes they intersect in unintended ways. And so a general tax would provide this governing body the latitude when you go through what are extensive deliberations for strategic priorities with significant community engagement, that latitude that as you see a purpose, and I think the downtown vitality conversation is a perfect example, that could require changing the entire sidewalk streetscape, which would be considered a capital project. If a special tax doesn't necessarily capture that, you've limited yourself to what appears to be multimodal dimensional needs of the community.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Looking at the staff recommendation, although I've heard recently in the last few minutes that what we're being asked to do tonight is just decide whether or not to put a tax measure on the ballot next year. What the recommendation is from staff is to place a general tax measure of 1/8 cent on the ballot. And so I need clarification. Well, I don't need clarification. I'll just wait to hear what the motion is.
So just to provide clarification, staff brought the recommendation to the Finance Committee, and then the Finance Committee brought a general sales tax recommendation to this body.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question. I want to kind of make a comment the way I think through this. So I'm still kind of divided on whether we should do a tax or not. But on this, I struggle with the specific tax. It's particularly if we make it a specific tax for our pension liability payment, because if you look at our budget trajectory, you got to remember that CalPERS is stepping down their assumptions, and our budget liabilities are going to be growing over the next couple of years, and our budgets are, it's about balance now. So, you go not very far into the future, and you're going to have to start pulling money out of our services. It was mentioned the police department and the library are two fat places to pull from because they're so large in the budget. If you pass a specific tax for that, you're effectively passing it to not cut the library or the police department. And you could look at it the other way also. Our budgets, you can move things around in the budget. So if we say, we are going to have to come up with money to pay down our unfunded liabilities, or our yearly payment is going to be growing. So if we pass this specific tax, we could it'll pay that, and then where it would have come from someplace out of the other budget, we can keep it in there. I'm not explaining it extremely well, but I'm trying to say because it's really only $800,000 a year, small in our budget, you can move the budget around if you pass this specific tax and still effectively spend the extra money on police or on roads or something, because if we're paying down the unfunded liability, we now have the extra in our budget to fix roads. I realize legally, yes, we paid it here, but you can play games with the budget. So when I look at it, if you really want a tax, and we're not going to decide tonight, so I invite those over on the other side of the room to come challenge me later on before we actually do. But if we were to, in my thought, if we were to choose a specific tax for pensions, we're really challenging the voters to say, do you really want us to pass a tax? It's going to be, I don't think we will pass a specific tax. I don't think we'll get enough votes for that. I think it was said that the poll was 66 point something. Well, that's really close to not passing. So, if I don't really want a tax to pass, I think I would vote for making it a specific tax. If I do want it to pass, then I would vote for making it a general tax, because I think the dollars are going to get used the same way anyway. My thoughts.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. In life, you have essentially three choices. You can increase your revenues, you can cut your expenses, or you can do a combination of both. And looking at the options that we have here this evening, it is to increase our revenues by perhaps doing a general tax. And all we are doing this evening is talking about putting it forward for the Finance Committee to further explore. So I would like to go ahead and make the motion to do that as recommended in the staff report.
Okay, and I want to make sure your motion is to approve what the Finance Committee specifically recommended, which is the 1/8 general sales tax.
That is correct. I can read the full paragraph from the staff report if necessary.
No, that's not necessary. And do I have a motion on that? I'm sorry. Do I have a second on that? Before I second, I do want to ask again for clarification, and I apologize if I'm repeating myself. I want to better understand the process. Tonight, it's just to move the item forward, to go back to the Finance Committee for further discussion on a 1/8 cent general sales tax. What would be the language in the ballot? Is that your understanding of the motion if it were to be approved?
Correct. There's a timeline on the final page of the report. If we're going to move forward with any initiative, it requires some sequencing that's going to take months. And so what staff wants is a general impression tonight, based on the recommendation from your Finance Committee, should we start moving forward with the development of ballot language. In this instance, the Finance Committee and staff is recommending that ballot language be crafted around a 1/8 general sales tax, and that we come back to this body to then deliberate that ballot language and then ultimately construct an ordinance, and then with the goal in mind of this body just conveying to the community that we're willing to put something on the ballot for our community to then deliberate and struggle with. The community will ultimately decide, ourselves included as voters in the community, what we ultimately want to have happen. For this body, it's really just moving forward with the recommendation to start crafting ballot language, and ultimately a recommendation that either puts ballot language on the ballot for the community to consider or doesn't.
And further clarification, when this goes back to the Finance Committee, the composition of that oversight committee would also be determined, because that's part of the ballot language that would be looked at?
I would have to confer with the town attorney, but my guess is the later stages of the development, as we're putting together ordinances, we would probably definitely craft language that says there will be an oversight body that's put together for review of whatever the tax is. Whether or not we name individuals specifically or we identify at that point the Finance Committee as that oversight body, we'd have to wait, and I'd have to confer with the town attorney.
But if we wanted to put specific sectors, let's say we wanted a representative from the Chamber of Commerce or someone, I'm just throwing out we can create a composition in that regard.
And you could create that within the ordinance, so that ordinance could not be changed unless it went back to the vote of the people.
Got it.
And
Okay.
I guess to step back is on the process-wise, is what we didn't want to happen is, so it goes to the Finance Committee, they're in favor of a general tax measure. What we're trying to not happen is to get too far ahead of council and to do all this work on coming up with language for a special tax, how it would work, what it would be for, or for a general tax, and doing all this work, preparing a draft ordinance, and then finding out that council just doesn't even have a majority that wants to go forward. We understand there's some risk, because it could happen that we do move forward. We can't agree on whether it should be general or special, which will require a 4/5 vote, and that it wouldn't be placed on it. But we at least wanted to make sure there was a majority at this early time to move forward with further work on this work item, because it's not extensive, but it will be time-consuming to try to work through the issues with the Finance Committee about the issues. I'd say I think I've worked on one of these every 2 years for the past 20 years, either for sales, TOT, or for business improvements or something. And so there's always little nuances you have to work on through the special taxes. But I can say if you're going to do, I think Councilmember Rennie said, if you're going to do a special tax, it's that higher standard. It has to be something that the community is going to get behind quite a bit. And to do that for pensions, I would, in my mind, would be a very high hurdle. They're looking for something that really resonates with them as a need of the community, and paying down pension liability is not going to be one of them.
So I am going to second the motion, and I'll share why. For a variety of reasons. One is we have talked at length about improvements we would like to see throughout the town. At our last meeting, we talked about an extensive revamp of what downtown would look like, with one-way streets and widened sidewalks and just beautified storefronts. All of that costs significant amounts of money. And as we, year after year, have to look at budget priorities, a looming debt is always weighing over us, and you have to make those fiscal decisions versus of paying your debt versus doing the nice things that our residents enjoy on a yearly basis. It seems like I'm always placed in a difficult position because every council meeting there is a community member that wants something else. We talked at length today about more community events that we could help subsidize. Again, ultimately, we'll have to make those budget priorities, and I feel constricted with the amount of revenue that is coming. And I'll be quite frank, I'm nervous about the cap that is looming over us. My understanding is the polling for the Caltrain is very high, and they're feeling very comfortable about that. That will take away an eighth, and another special district can come in, and there's discussions whether it's the county or another special district, and that again will take that opportunity, and then we've lost the town's opportunity to invest in our own resources on our own needs. And so for that reason, I am going to support the motion that it goes back to Finance Committee for further language and composition of the committee, with the hopes that this continues discussion with our community and we craft language that ultimately everyone can support and move behind. But ultimately, as Mr. Schultz said, it will be the residents who will decide whether or not they want to make this investment. Vice Mayor?
I'll just say I'm going to go ahead and support it based on the mayor's elegant words.
Any further? Yes, Councilmember Johnson?
So I am not going to support it. Our sales tax is down 6.1%. We've been listening to the business community whose businesses are struggling. And I don't agree with the argument that if it's available, we should get it before somebody else does. That just doesn't resonate with me. I understand where it's coming from, but that doesn't strike me as a good enough reason to go out and try to burden a business community that's already struggling. It seems to me that we shouldn't balance our budget on their backs unless we are doing something for them, and we are kind of still struggling to do something for them. I get that infrastructure is expensive, but that's why a special tax that somebody could get behind and say, like, would you like to pay 12 cents to get outdoor seating, make downtown wider sidewalks, have, et cetera? Maybe somebody would do that. Maybe it would get 67%. I don't know. It's kind of like when people put paid parking meters in their town. They put signs up that say, the money you pay for parking goes to the beautification of whatever. So I could see doing a special tax of that kind, or if people were interested in paying down pensions. I just think it's more honest. It directs where the funds are going to go, and if I'm going to motivate a voter to do something, I want to be able to get them excited about where that money is going to go, like Measure B, for example. So I have some difficulty in just saying, let's go grab money because somebody else is going to grab it, without supporting that infrastructure, that being our business community, that we rely on for those sales taxes that are already down 6.1%. So why don't we recover those funds? Why don't we work to see what's going wrong? Because other communities are making that money, and we're not. And there's other ways that we can support our business community and our sales taxes without, jimmying budgets around or doing infrastructure, and we're not really exploring them, so I can't really support it.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not be supporting the motion. I do feel that I would have supported a motion that would have our Finance Committee and us considering a tax measure that is a special tax. And that special tax being for our unfunded liabilities. We've been talking about pensions, 40 million, but if you add in all the unfunded liabilities, I think the number is more like 50, 60, 70 million. And we're paying that with monies that we're getting interest on at about 1% per year, and we're getting it to pay over time when it varies, I agree, but can be like 7% per year. So it is, I think, first of all, I don't think it is a good investment on the town's part to do a general tax. I think that if we're going to do one, it should be special. I happen to think that if we told our community, you've got this multi-numbered retirement benefit indebtedness, and you're paying X amount of money per year, and you're using 1% monies to pay a 7% debt, I think our community would vote for it. So I disagree that they wouldn't. And once they did, yes, once you can, and this is something that Mr. Rennie was saying, if you have the monies being used to pay down the retirement benefits, the pension benefits, then you would have other monies freed up for all the other kind of things that all of you have been talking about. So I won't be supporting the motion. I have been a proponent of paying down our retirement pension benefits for several years, and I haven't heard anything that changes my mind. And in fact, to the extent that a couple of you spoke, you reinforced what I believe.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question of the maker of the motion. I don't want to spin our wheels and send this back to the Finance Committee when ultimately we know it requires 4/5. And so what I don't want is to spend more resources if the gauge right now is it's not going to pass. So does it make sense to even send it back to Finance Committee for work that may not even get a final approval? So the maker of the motion.
So thank you, Mayor. I'd like to comment further. It was a little over a year ago, the Finance Committee, I think, or no, it was we had an ad hoc committee, a special committee that was exploring putting a 0.25% sales tax on the ballot. And this council at the time, we did research, we did polling, and the polling actually came, we phone called, the polling agency phone called 430 people, and it was 64% of them said, according to the language that we have similar in our staff report, we want this for public safety, road repairs, all these wonderful things in our community. They said they would vote for that. And I think the council at that time voted not to support it. Some council members said, well, let's let VTA have the 0.25%, which in turn now has turned into money that's locked up. We can't even touch it because it's in court. But if we would have voted for that, then we would have another $2 million in our pocket right now, which was a lost opportunity, which could have gone towards things such as paying interest on bonds for what you call certificates of participation, which you can say, hey, it's going to cost $10 million to redo the whole downtown streetscape. How are we going to pay for that? Well, you go out and you design it, and then you bid it, and you build it, and then you pay interest on it. And if you have a revenue source to pay interest on something like that, like an $800,000 or a $2 million a year revenue stream, it makes projects like that much more feasible. Regarding paying down the unfunded pension liabilities and going with the specific tax, we didn't poll on that. However, there's probably, if we had polled on that, maybe the people would agree that that's a good idea, but maybe they wouldn't. But the threshold is greater. We got 64% of the folks who said they would support a general tax, which is about 15 or 13% more than what we need, I guess. And we have a margin there. But we're about 6 points below the 70% or whatever it is for the special or the specific tax you would need to get it passed. And we didn't even ask them about unfunded pension liabilities. And quite honestly, it's an unsexy problem. You know, when you put something out to the voters, if you say, hey, would you like revenue for this, you have to write the ballot language in such a way where it's attractive to the voters. And it's, I think, a tough sell to the public to say, hey, please vote, and we have to do this special tax just to pay our unfunded pension liabilities, because there are many people out in the community who have mixed feelings about those things. Maybe they believe it's a state problem. Maybe they think the police department costs too much, maybe this, maybe that. But it doesn't really get them anything in return that's tangible, other than perhaps if the language could be created to say, well, fiscally it's a smart thing to do because you could pay down the interest and it will save us more money and therefore we can use that money. But then the language becomes very convoluted. The same results can happen with this general tax with a 51% margin. The council could decide on a yearly basis, hey, we got another $800,000. We could put it towards the downtown. Or this year we want to put it towards unfunded pension liabilities. But I just think the threshold is greater to try to get that passed. If we try to go about it with a specific ballot language. Now, going back to the comments of, I don't believe in the argument that if we don't grab it, somebody else will. Unfortunately, somebody else will, so we're going to pay it anyway. I am of the school of thought that I hate paying taxes and I hate seeing taxes raised. I love it when I go to another state and sales tax is 6%. I think it's quite ridiculous that we're above 9%. We're not Los Angeles. I think they're at 10 or 10.5%. So good for them. But I really feel that paying taxes is totally bunk, and the higher the costs to the consumer, the less they're going to buy, the less they're going to spend at the restaurant or whatnot. But last Friday when I went out on North Santa Cruz Avenue and I saw all those people buying their iPhones, standing in line since 2 in the morning, I thought, hey, if they were paying an extra 1/8% on each dollar, they wouldn't care. So why not grab the money and try to help our town? Last but not least, you know, we have the option of trying to cut expenses in the future. It's a difficult proposition to cut expenses, but that's always an option. In the past, historically, costs for pensions and medical always seem to go up. Costs for fixing roads, there's just competition for labor. Everything goes up over time, and it outpaces, as was suggested, probably our level of property taxes, which are regulated by Prop 13, and it outpaces our sales taxes, which have been going down primarily due to Netflix's revenue going down. But in the future, perhaps, maybe we can bring some more car dealerships or some businesses to the North 40 or one of those places where we can look at raising some money. With all that said, you know, I think, logically speaking, all we are doing is saying, let's give the people an opportunity to weigh in on this topic and see if, based on our polling data that we did over a year ago, if they want to decide that this is a good thing for their community. So I'm hoping that we have 3 votes. I'm hoping we can get 4 votes to at least have the people, to allow the people to have a voice on this.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor, excuse me.
So I guess I may have missed something, and I need some clarification on the motion, because I thought I heard Mr. Leonardis said he was going based on the paragraph in the staff report, and staff is telling us we're not deciding specific tax versus general tax now. That's going to be done later, but I'm hearing council members saying they're voting against it because it's not a specific tax. So I'm confused what's in the motion.
Okay, so if I'm going to speak for you, if you don't mind, Councilmember Leonardis. My understanding of the motion was what was specific in the staff report, which is to approve the recommendation of the Council Finance Committee to proceed with preparing a ballot measure to place a 1/8 cent general sales tax. Is that your motion?
That is correct. Further clarification, the Finance Committee had already decided that the 1/8% general tax was the way to go based on their discussion at their last meeting.
Okay. And so, yes, Vice Mayor?
So, you know, if that's really the motion, I'm thinking that maybe I should not vote for it. It doesn't make any sense to send something forward to work on that we know is not going to pass in the end. I'm very much against staff doing busy work, so I probably won't support the motion under this situation.
And that's what I was getting at when I asked the initial question. It requires, before any ballot measure needed to get to the ballot, it requires 4/5. And my hesitation, as the vice mayor said, is to send something back to the finance committee to work on that, at least tonight, doesn't seem to have the 4/5 approval. So I'm also prepared to withdraw my motion. I'm sorry, my second. Okay, so would you like to keep your motion on the table?
Thank you, Mayor. So my understanding is you've decided to withdraw your second on the motion?
Correct. On the specific motion of a 1/8 cent general sales tax, because it does not look like it will get the 4/5 approval.
So after my fantabulous monologue there for 15 minutes, I wasn't able to get anybody to jump.
I was hoping you would get someone to jump, and no jumpers, I'm sorry.
I don't see any jumpers, or maybe there are, but we haven't heard from them. We saw one jump the other way.
Which makes it even further difficult, so. Would you like me to call the motion? I'm
There is
sorry,
no
I'm
motion.
withdrawing my second, correct.
There is no motion.
Okay, so yes, the motion passes, the motion dies.
If
And
I
Mr.
may, staff feels that this is a topic worthy of additional consideration. There's not necessarily a lot of work on our end necessarily at this point. Perhaps this body would entertain directing to the Finance Committee to draft ballot language for both a general and a specific so that we can continue to deliberate this matter and also continue to allow our public to have input on this matter. What we meant by saying you're not determining a general versus a specific tax tonight is that there is no vote tonight to say, yes, start working with the county clerk to get this measure on the ballot. There's no expenditure of monies. And so those are just my thoughts here in the deliberation that's been going on. From a staff perspective, we would be more than happy to work with the Finance Committee to draft ballot language for both a general and a specific to continue this deliberation.
Okay, Councilmember Leonardis, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. You know, one option might be to put a general and a specific on, and maybe we'll get a 1/4%, and we can derail what's being done up in San Mateo County with their train tax.
So, Councilmember Leonardis, are you suggesting the exact language that Mr. Andrews said, that we send this to Finance Committee for drafting of both a general and a specific for further discussion with our community?
That sounds reasonable, yes, thank you.
Okay, would anyone like to second that motion? Okay, I will second that motion. Any comments on that motion? Okay, there are no comments. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, so I heard 3 ayes, 1 no, and is this an abstain, council member? 4 ayes. This is why we always ask. So 4 ayes, 1 no, and the no is council member Jensen. And so again, just for clarification, this is being moved to the Finance Committee to proceed with further discussion and language of both a general and a specific tax, correct? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are now at item 20. However, I need to take a quick break. And so if we could just take a 7-minute break before we move to our last item, which is item 20. Thanks. everyone for waiting. Okay. Okay, we are now at item 20. And this is 105 Newell Drive, Plan Development Application PD-14-002, Mitigated Negative Deck, and D-16002. And tonight, the appellant is requesting approval of a plan development to rezone a property from R112 to R112 PD, demolish an existing building, and construct 4 single-family residences. So, Ms. Armour, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The project in front of you is a proposal to build 4 new homes on the site currently occupied by the Elks Lodge. It's at the corner of Newell Avenue and Winchester Boulevard. The project site is a sloped corner lot of approximately 1.4 acres with residential on 2 sides. The proposed planned development zone would include several exceptions to the underlying R112 zoning regulations and the applicable hillside development standards and guidelines. These exceptions include exceeding the maximum cut and fill depths, both for the proposed private roadway and for some elements of the homes and yards, and exceeding the maximum straight contiguous length of the retaining wall. After 2 reviews by Planning Commission, they voted to recommend approval to you of the project with 5 modifications. A reduction in the size of the houses on lots 1 and 4 so that they would become below the town code's maximum floor area requirement. A limitation on the house proposed on lot 4 to 1 story. Allowing the long contiguous retaining wall design, but specifically making sure that the design shown in the plans with that August 9th staff report be the design that's chosen rather than the design previously reviewed. Limiting all the house sizes to no larger than the current proposal, in addition to the reductions already mentioned, and reducing all of the house sizes to be more in line with the neighborhood as described in the September 14th, 2016 staff report. The development plans have not been modified to include these changes, but staff has prepared additional performance measures in the draft PD ordinance to reflect the recommendations from Planning Commission. This concludes staff's presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I misspoke. This is not an appeal. This is actually a plan development, which is why it is coming to the town council.
Correct, with a recommendation from
Correct.
Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that mistake. Any questions of staff before we begin the public hearing? Okay, so the applicant, you will have 10 minutes cumulatively, your team, to speak. We'll have each individual person who would like to speak on this matter, you'll have 3 minutes, and then at the end, you'll have 5 minutes to wrap up. And if you could just identify yourself for the record.
Maurice Camargo, an architect, mayor, councilman. We would like to get approval as we originally asked the Planning Commission to approve our project. And I'll go over and address what were the issues that were left sort of on the table with the Planning Commission approval that I'd like to go over and present our reasons for them. Just briefly, the existing site with the Elks Lodge on it, and this is what we're proposing here is our 4 homes on the site. I put some exhibits just for you to show. This is a view from Lark, looking at the Elks Lodge, and we left the Elks Lodge building there, show kind of relative to where our 2 homes on lot 3 and 4 are, and this, of course, without the Elks Lodge. And primarily, just to look at the site as a whole, it's we moved the access to the property in the middle of Newell, which created our grading and literally dictated all the ability, the private drive dictated really by making it a fire accessible and approved fire turnaround driveway, or created these 4 lots, pretty much dictated all our grading and for the property to create these 4 lots. We did some street parking. We try to maintain the lots to be 12, around the 12,000 square foot. We had conforming site footprints and conforming designs, we believe, to the adjacent neighborhood. There was at the closing of the Planning Commission meeting, one of the commissioners just put out there, why don't we make Lot 4 have a single story, and it was put on staff on the staff report as one of the conditions. So I wanted to show why we still would like to have approved our design for house on Lot 4 as a two-story home, which is pretty much staying with the massing of all the 4 homes. A single-story home on the corners is not compatible with the massing of the other 2 homes. And this is viewed from the Newell side of the street as you approach it. And of course, all would be landscaped as well. All I have placed in the single story, or on Lot 4, on the second story, is literally a bedroom, bathroom, and the access stairway to it. This is the same view of a single story. There you can see on lot the massing of lot 3 next to the single story for the Lot 4, and here you can see with 2-story, and they're more compatible in scale and massing. Again, with landscape, they'll be there. So in terms of the floor area ratio and the size of the homes, we proposed, the staff brought up that we did a calculation for the FAR. We proposed a floor area calculation based on the full average of the property, and allocated the reduction to each of the lots in order to attempt to achieve 4 homes of the same, closer to the same size. The way that staff calculates the floor area ratio gave the burden on Lot 4 all the slope of the land that we sort of mitigated, and it gave a house of 2,800 square feet, while Lot 2 went to a house of 4,200 square feet. And with our area calculation and the way we did the lots, it would allow us to have the homes only be all between 3,200 and 3,700 square feet. In either calculation, our floor area ratio that we are proposing is less than the maximum floor area ratio in either calculation. So we could achieve the same. The reason to want to have the 4 houses be the same size was they're going to be sharing the cost of the common driveway and the planting areas, and we feel really strong about having all 4 homes be pretty close to equal in size and scale in the development. We could achieve with the configuration of with the calculation the way staff's proposing, we could do it's kind of funky lot divide the lots, which would still give us a closer closer house sizes that would go from 3,200 to 4,000 and achieve the same thing. And we're just proposing, if you could approve the way we calculated based on the reduction of the whole lot, achieve the same thing and have the 4 houses together. So there is an option for that. The staff has also sort of presented our trying to stay with the home sizes in relative to the existing homes and their sizes, and we put this table together to sort of want to look at the FAR that the staff report refers to as the size of the homes as they are today. And these are homes that were done in the 1960 subdivision, and their floor area ratios are low, but take them to their maximum allowed floor area ratio when when they come to be remodeled or new. Their floor area ratios will be mostly in some of the cases and a lot of the cases, the ratio will be even larger than the ratio that we're proposing for our 4 houses, and that's what this table has. And also we've been kind of comparing making the adjacent homes to our development be the immediate homes around the property, and we have kept sort of in terms of the whole neighborhood, the homes, including the Montaigne subdivision that was done later than the original subdivision, but also adjacent to it, and it's being one house away from it shows their lots and their sizes to be very, very consistent with the houses that we have, and in a lot of cases larger than the homes that we're proposing. And again, there is other homes even in the older subdivision that either have been renovated or improved that are indeed comparable to the size of homes that we're proposing. And that's it. If you want to add something? Yeah.
If you could just identify yourselves for the record.
Yes, Mayor, members of council, I'm Kurt Anderson. I'm also architect working with Maurice on this project. It's, as an architect, you always try to look at things globally. So both Maurice and I have been working in this town for 40 years between us, so we got 80 years of experience working in Los Gatos. So we both done a lot of work in town, and we understand direction, what's going on, and things have changed, as you know, over that period of time. You need to look at this site globally, what it looks like. If you get down to the nuances of the parcel configurations, access off the Newell, it really drives the whole development site, as Maurice had indicated. This is a new development. The one that's adjacent to us is an old development. Obviously, the size of the houses are different. They're 50 years apart in construction age. We've worked very closely with the neighborhood. You're going to hear the neighbor here speak shortly, that they're an absolutely supportive project the way that Maurice has designed this, and we presented it to the commission. I'll catch you in the next 5 minutes. Okay?
You still have 30 seconds.
Okay. Anyway, let's let the neighbor go ahead and start, and then we'll finish up, because I think it's very important we hear what they have to say.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's see if we have any council questions. Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and hear the neighbors. First speaker, Rick Potter.
Thank you very much. I'm Rick Potter. I live at 144 Newell close to the development in the same neighborhood. And I'm not going to reiterate. I sent an email to all of you before the September meeting, and so I won't reiterate what I said in that. But basically, I'd just like to encourage you to consider this project, because I think it would be definitely an upgrade to the neighborhood. If you've driven down Winchester coming towards town, that entrance to Los Gatos is not the prettiest place to be. It's got that old Elks Club up there, and it's got a vacant lot on the other corner. And I think this is definitely going to make an improvement in what it looks like to come into town. It'll be an improvement to the neighborhood, and I would just like to encourage you to consider it. Thank you.
Yes, you have a question.
Mr. Potter, thank you. I'm wondering whether you support the original version that's being proposed tonight with the two-story house on Lot 4 and the configuration, or do you support the Planning Commission recommendation for the one-story house and the reduced size?
Well, to be honest, I support the project. I think the original plan, in my opinion, was fine.
So either one
I'll
would
leave
be
it at
okay
that.
with you?
Pardon me?
Either one would be okay with you?
Yes, yeah. But if you ask me if I have a preference, I'd say
yes.
probably the original.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Dale Miller.
So I'm Dale Miller, 115 Newell Court. My house abuts Lot 1 on the proposed project. I'm absolutely for this development. We've gone through many iterations before this developer came through, talking about commercial, tennis courts, all kinds of crazy stuff. We're a neighborhood. These lots were originally developed as R1 in the 60s. My neighbor, Jack Aiello, who's no longer with us, was part of the development with Duke. Everybody I've spoken to in the neighborhood, I walk my dog regularly through the neighborhood, is for this development. We do not want commercial, we want housing. We like the original design. The developers have talked to us, they've worked with us for many years. It's almost 4 years since this place started. That's insane. Netflix was up at that time, and we didn't even want to do Netflix as it was developed, right? So this will eliminate an eyesore of a building, unkept landscaping. We had a fire about a month and a half ago with the PG wires, almost took our neighborhood out. It's time to develop this site. It's a difficult site, we understand that. The concerns about the housing in the neighborhood was built in the 1960s. People wanted a single-story house. My house is a single-story house, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. My master bathroom isn't. I tried to look at trying to develop my house. With all the setbacks required, I can't do anything but go up. So we decided not to do anything. When I sell my house, I fully expect my house will be scraped. It'll be put up a 2-story house with a full basement. That's what people want today. If you go down Lima and Kenyatta, you can see single-story houses have been scraped with a 2-story house put up. You go down Clearview, single-story house, scraped, full basement, 2-story house. Very similar to these houses that are proposed here. So it's a difficult lot. There's slope that are a problem. My house sits 4 feet below my neighbor's house that was built about the same time in the 60s, in the early 60s. So it probably wouldn't be allowed in the current planning commission, so you can't apply standards that were done in the 60s to today's standards, just like you can't expect a house that was designed for the 60s family to be designed today. People want a 4,000 square foot house, 2 stories with a full basement. So I'd like to see the project approved as is and go forward. It's time to get this lot taken care of, time to get the rat population taken care of, the homeless people, all the things that have happened in this neighborhood, even before the Elks when they had their issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Sir, you have a question? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sachs. So for clarification, you're okay with the original design?
Absolutely. So the
two-story home.
Two-story home.
But your home?
So the architects came to us early in the process, and so the roof of the house on Lot 1 is 1 foot higher than the top of my single-story roof, and they designed the house so that if you look at they can't look into my backyard and my pool. So they've done a lot of work trying to work with the neighbors and make sure that they weren't looking down into their backyard, causing problems. They've done a great job working with us. They've actually talked to us as opposed to the other things that have been done in the neighborhood. When the Elks tried to sell the parking lot to Courtside, it was a mess. You know, all of a sudden it was going to be a building for a doctor, it was going to be something else. This is the first people that actually came to the neighborhood, talked to us, and worked with us.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liette Perlman. I have the email that I sent, and you read it, and I appreciate that, but I don't know who else did. So I am going to read it verbatim, and I also am representing another neighbor in doing so. So if I run over, and I'm going to try not to, but I'll take the other 3 minutes. My family has lived at 183 Newell Avenue and share a back fence with the above-named Elks property for about 39 years. We have expressed our support for the development, as is with the original plan, of 4 new homes on this property at 2 Planning Commission meetings, including the August 9 one of this year, and have been waiting for over 3.5 years for this development to be approved and thus break ground. At the last planning meeting, the approval was 4-2 with some caveats. You've listed those. With this, I'd like to reconfirm my complete support for the neighborhood, for this new part of the neighborhood as is. Also joining us in support is Laverne Hardenborough, 40-plus year owner resident at 179 Newell Avenue, which also shares a fence with the Elks property in question. Below, I address some caveats raised by the Planning Commission, excessive FAR, deferring FAR calculations. The residents of this neighborhood are not naive. We understand that exceptions are difficult, as they can be precedent-setting in the town. However, this situation needs some common sense mitigation, and that mitigation can and should be noted with your approval, thus preventing any precedents for all. The neighborhood as a whole strongly supported the 4 homes proposal over a year ago, referring to the outpour of support in the 2016 minutes, where we came full on. We understand that the developer gains by maximizing the structure of the size of the house. The Planning Commission admitted that the lot is very difficult to build on due to the slope and is an infill, and accepted the fact that 2 or 3 homes would not be economically viable for a developer. Thus, a 4-home solution is required. The developer did work with us, and the neighborhood was not in support of five homes originally. So again, we're getting what we think is appropriate for the neighborhood. We support the developer's FAR calculations, or FAR exception, if that's what you wish to call them, on the basis of above reason alone. However, I'm going to use my other 3 minutes. If that is not enough, there are other means to address the FAR calculations. Early in the process, the developer worked with the fire department for a plan that would yield ample access for fire safety concerns. We proposed that the square foot turnaround, as they did in the plan, they showed you a strip that could be used to mitigate the FAR calculations. So could the fire turnaround be. It could, and in this email, I sent some examples.
Actually, Ms. Perlman, I am going to have to cut you off. You don't get additional time, even though you're speaking for someone else. But I do, you have questions, and before, at the end of public comment, I will make sure that all 5 of us have indeed read your email.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay, so Vice Mayor, you had a question.
So I have read her email. I have several places highlighted. One of them, you say, we propose that the nearest home selected by the town planners is not adequate. A much larger sample should have been selected. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, so there was a slide that showed Via Montan. So the nearest homes that were selected were 6 homes. Again, all of these homes were built at a different time frame. All of these homes will be subject to potential remodels and increase in square footage. And they're definitely not exceeding their FAR at this time. So as soon as these properties turn over, they're going to get rebuilt, or at least have major additions. You know, I haven't come down to the city to see exactly what could be put on my 12,000 square foot lot, but it's certainly more than 1,860 square feet as it is currently noted, and that is what would apply to other people in the neighborhood. There are bigger homes on the street, but only these 6 homes were selected. It didn't make sense. The neighborhood is particularly bound by Winchester and by an empty lot, which is the courtside parking lot. So we do have a neighborhood identity, and the neighborhood identity is the entirety of Newell Avenue, because in order to get to any other neighborhood, we have to walk across these massive areas that are not neighborhood-like. So the next neighborhood that we look like is Via Montan, and Via Montan has these kinds of numbers on their configuration in terms of the house sizes. So it doesn't make sense for the 6 houses selected by the planning department just don't make sense in terms of adequately determining what the square footage of these 4 homes. Now, the property I'm on is adjacent to the one of the bigger homes on these 4 lots. And yeah, I could go and argue, okay, move this wall a little bit and drop off 2 feet here, and could you make it a little lower? But in the big context of things, I've had to live near this eyesore for 40 years. And yes, my parents did buy the property after the Elks Club was built. However, the Elks Club is no longer there, and we're looking at it today.
Right. Vice Mayor, did that answer your question?
Yeah, and a couple others I had, so thank you.
Good. She knew. Any other questions? Okay, and I will make sure that others have asked them. Kurt Anderson. Actually, you spoke. Okay, so I have no other speaker cards, and I see no one coming forward, so you have 5 minutes to finish your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll tell you, I think we got some great neighbors. And you can see that we worked very diligently with them for a long period of time to come up with a project that is compatible to their need and what they want to see. Yes, the houses are larger. This is 2017. Those were built in the 60s. My professional opinion is that if you limit the house that are defined by staff, which is the surrounding parcels, and you limit our project to that size, you're basically devaluing the whole neighborhood, because now you're going to use our project to limit the size of their future homes. So you're taking increased property value away from the neighborhood by limiting our size to what's allowed under the current FAR standards. Again, Maurice and I, we've met with the neighbors, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, a lot. And they have been so supportive, and we've worked very hard on window placement, massing, the landscape, the location walls. Worked really close with Dale on his because of his, the proximity of the pool to the adjoining fence. Staff has been great. We appreciate all the time they put in, because this has been a difficult project. It's a PD. It's unusual for Los Gatos, but this is a very, very unusual site. So we've done everything we think to do a beautiful project that meets all the requirements of the design guidelines, the hillside. But again, we're using the PD so we can put a private street in, and those 4 houses need to be able to support that economically. That's why we'd like to see no large disparity in the house size between the 4, because they're all going to have to take care of that street. So you need to have those houses relatively the same size. Again, we'd like to have the project approved as was presented to the commission, 4 2-story homes with the sizes that we presented, in the configuration and the heights and everything else. And I think, Maurice, anything else you want to add? So with all due respect, we respectfully request an approval as is. And we really like to get this thing going. We've been working on it a very, very long time.
Thank you, Mr.
Any questions?
Anderson. It does seem like you do. Vice Mayor?
So did you have any neighbors asking you to reduce the size of the houses?
Absolutely not.
Do you have any idea
Nope.
why Planning Commission is asking to reduce the size of the houses?
I think because, it's such an unusual project with the PD and the configuration. There's just, and we got the walls and the cut and the fill, because we're providing that access to the site halfway up Newell, eliminating that traffic issue at the corner, which is a real safety problem, as you know. Currently, access right to Elks, right off the corner of Newell and Winchester, that has now moved up the hill to eliminate that major traffic issue. So there's just a lot of unusual things to the site that makes it difficult. So I think the commission was just not comfortable. I mean, they just felt, and I think that's why if you really read their transcript, they don't say what size the houses should be. They just say, they probably should be reduced. One commissioner says, I'm good with it as is. I think it's on page 54. I highlighted it. She goes, I'm happy with the project as is. So I think it's a matter of perception. It's a difficult site. I used to live in La Botania. I lived there for years. And I drive by Elks. I go, oh, man, I'd love to redesign that site and get it more in tune with the overall neighborhood. And I've got to tell you, as architects, we look at this thing in context. We don't look at just the surrounding parcels. We look at the adjacent area, because the neighborhood is more than just 5 houses. It's Newell. If you look at Newell, that whole neighborhood is all in Newell, because you go in one end and you come out one other. So we look at that in context. So we felt that the staff, by saying the neighborhood's of 6 parcels, I don't think that's the neighborhood. Maurice doesn't feel that. The neighborhood doesn't feel that. So we think that really you need to look at this more in context. If you look at it in context, we blend in. And we blend in with the potential future development, as Maurice pointed out, with renovations, expansions, scrapes, as Dale pulled out. I mean, that neighborhood is going to change over the next few years.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Yes, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure my numbers are right here. Let me start with, you have 4 homes, and of those 4 homes, 3 have cellars, correct?
Actually, Mr. Camargo, if you
Or
could come up.
once you come up, you get all
that
the
way.
technical stuff.
Yes.
All right, 3 have, and you may not have these numbers in front of you, but I show with the cellar, Lot 1 has a home of 4,700 square feet, and Lot 2 of 4,900 square feet. You have no cellar on Lot 3, and Lot 4 has a home with a cellar of 3,867.
Yes.
Oh, good. I like people who say yes when okay. So those are the numbers with the cellars and with the square footage that the Planning Commission approved, correct?
Correct.
What are the numbers total with your square footage? In other words, if you had your square footage instead of the Planning Commission's, what would your numbers be?
So our totals,
Your totals including the cellars, yes.
oh, including this, I don't think we have that number, including the sellers, because we do not have those numbers. I have the numbers of the floor area ratio and what the difference between the floor area ratio allowed with the calculation by staff and the numbers that we did by our calculation. They both, I mean, all combined without the sellers is 14,046.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Let's try it a different way.
Because I don't have,
Rather than the cumulative square footage, what, under your design, without the cellars, what was the square footage of Lot 1?
Okay, lot 1 would be 3744,
And Lot 2?
3758.
Lot 3?
Let me make sure, okay, let me make sure I'm reading this. Okay, let's go back, proposed. Okay, lot 1 is 3592. Lot 2 is 3758. Lot 3 is 3478. And lot 4 is 3218.
And then each of those square footages would be increased by the cellar numbers that I used.
Three
You
of
didn't
them.
change those, did you?
No,
Okay,
no, stay.
all right.
Yeah.
That's it, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. So I am now going to close our verbal testimony. And before we begin any questions or comments, let's do disclosures. And again, if there's anything that you learned outside of what was presented verbally and or in written comments. Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. I met with the applicants last week to discuss the project, and I read all the emails and other correspondence.
Okay. Councilmember Johnson.
I didn't learn anything outside of what we've heard tonight, and I did read your email, ma'am.
Okay. I also met with the applicants on site and have read everything, and nothing new has been presented.
I did meet with the applicants quite a while ago. It's probably several months ago. I have read most of the Planning Commission minutes and read the emails.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I met with Mr. Camargo this past summer. Actually, I've been at the site several times. I would say that I saw things when I was driving around the property that are different, you know, and expand upon what we see on paper.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions of staff? Yes, Councilmember Spector.
I don't know if staff's going to be able to answer this, but we'll give it a shot. Can you please tell us what the Planning Commission did that was different than the applicant wanted, other than the reduction of the square footage of the homes for which we just received testimony.
So the Planning Commission's motion included several different things. The reduction in one of the properties' house to just a single-story house. The reduction in lot area, as you discussed. Those were, I believe, the only changes.
Is it lot area or the house area?
House area.
Thank you.
If we look at the draft conditions that staff prepared, you can see that those include just a recognition of the retaining wall design, which matches what they were proposing. The maximum height is the 1 story, and then the draft language for potential reduced floor area. You also did have a question about the total house sizes, including the cellars. I do have some numbers on that if that would be helpful.
Wow. Well, actually, I have them added up here myself, but if you want to go ahead and put them in the record, that's fine.
Well, the numbers that you were saying, I don't believe they were as high as what I have. I have for lot 1, 6,200 square feet, including garage and cellar and living space. For lot 2, I have 6,473, including living space, garage, and cellar. For lot 3, I have 4,354. And for lot 4, I have 5,443. This is just my longhand addition here.
Thank you. I was wrong in my calculations. Thank you.
And could I clarify, is that calculations as submitted to the Planning Commission or calculations with the Planning Commission's recommended changes?
That is what is currently proposed in the plans by the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Based on the numbers on sheet T1, the first page of your plans.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further questions? Okay, if no questions, would anyone like to make comments and ultimately make a motion? Councilmember Lee Norris.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. I was going to offer to arm wrestle Mr. Rennie for the. I would be inclined just to go ahead and make a motion to approve it on what was originally submitted by the applicant. I appreciate the fact that the Planning Commission went through and reduced the square footages, and I can understand in some regard how they decided to make it was lot 1 into a 1-story home. However, this is one of those rare occurrences when we have no objections by any neighbors. As a matter of fact, all we have is support by the neighbors. And I actually thought aesthetically, when I looked at the drawings, that the project looked better in the original configuration aesthetically. And based on our town guidelines and rules regarding the floor area ratios and all those things, I don't see anything outside of our guidelines that would prevent me to want to reduce. And being there's no objections from the neighbors, I would be inclined to make a motion just to approve it as originally submitted.
And as the maker of the motion, could you just mention all the findings necessary under attachment 7?
Yes, and I will do that now. What do I have to do that?
Actually, if you would like to say based on the findings on attachment 7, I think we can capture that on the record.
Based on the findings on it located in attachment 7.
Okay, thank you. Do I have I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Armour.
Just a clarification, when you said that the plans originally submitted, you are referring to the development plans that are included in your packet, not what was originally submitted to Planning Commission a year ago?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Rennie, Vice Mayor Rennie, sorry.
So I will second the motion. I think we should add that under the conditions of approval, we want to remove number 6 and number 7, which limit the lot. 6 limits lot 4 to 1 story, and 7 limits the houses to all the planning commissions well, it's staff generated based on planning commission, so we would want to remove those from the conditions of approval. And I would say I support it also because, again, you know, nobody is objecting to the sizes. As Mr. Leonardo said, the floor area ratios are within our code. And I think more importantly, you know, I go out to the site and I look and I say, okay, what does the neighborhood feel like? We typically use our 522 rule. We call it as kind of a starting point. We know that's not the end all, but if I go out and I stand in front of it on Newell Avenue and I say, okay, what's my 522? Across the street is a big empty parking lot with a high voltage tower sitting on it. I say, okay, what's off to the left of it? Well, you got to go across the street and there's a big commercial building that's probably 35 feet high or something close to that. Then, of course, to the right is the Newell neighborhood, except it's kind of around a corner and you can't even really see it. You could maybe see the one house back behind you if you're looking at it. So then I say, okay, well, this also, if I stand on Winchester in front of the property and I say, okay, what's the 522 of that? So again, now across the street is the large commercial building, an empty lot next to the firehouse that's likely to have another commercial building. Next to the commercial building, the other way is a power substation with very large power things. And then to the left is a house that's on top of a hill, hidden by trees, that's even higher up than this property. So almost everything I see from both of those vantage points is large scale. So when we suggest, well, we should make the house that's most visible 1 story, I actually think it's going to feel out of place with all the large scale things that you see when you drive on Winchester. It doesn't make any sense at all to me to limit that house to 1 story if we're trying to have things fit into what seems to be the visual neighborhood. I think I had other points. I can't remember what they all are. My notes are too extensive, actually. I'll skip that. I think I'll stop there, but I'll second the motion.
Okay, so as the maker of the motion, there were some specificity, specifically striking 6 and 7, which is in line with what your original motion is, but just want to make sure you accept those.
Yes, I was going to ask staff, it seems like redundancy. Were there any other differences between what was found in the 28 pages of attachment 7 and the proposal that was submitted in our staff report?
The only new conditions were 5, 6, 7, and 8. So 8 was the garage maximum floor area. I think you probably meant to include that as well, to be removed.
Okay, so I'm going to look at both the maker of the motion and the seconder. So 5, 6, 7, 8 are new. Would you like to strike those?
Yes.
And the second?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the table. Any further comments? Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Congratulations. And that concludes our evening. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.